Hi everyone, welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep and I am going to teach you data analytics. Let me start by asking you a simple question. Have you ever looked at numbers or raw Excel file and wished that they could tell you a story? Well, that's exactly what Power BI does. Welcome to this Power BI crash course, your step-by-step guide to master data analytics and creating interactive dashboards, even if you're a complete beginner. Okay, so first thing we'll understand is why Power BI. Okay, Power BI is one of the most in-demand tools for data analysis and business intelligence. Companies worldwide rely on this Power BI to make data-driven decisions and also business-related decisions. And mastering Power BI can open the doors for high-paying jobs in data analytics field or data science field in future. And one more point is Power BI is not limited to any sector or not limited to any department. When I say sector, it might be finance sector, it might be health and care sector or marketing or HR, whatever it is, whatever might be the sector or whatever might be the department, Power BI is not limited. Okay. So whether you are a student or a working professional who are thinking to switch their jobs into technical roles, Power BI can be a game changer for them. All right, so let's begin with understanding what exactly we will learn in this crash course of Power BI. First, we will start with introduction to data analytics and introduction to Power BI. All right, after introduction, we will start with the interface and overview of Power BI. After that, importing and data cleaning. Data cleaning, for data cleaning, we will use one of the most important tool in Power BI, that is Power Query. Okay, we will try and understand everything in detail when it comes to data cleaning or Power Query. Okay, and after that, we will see data modeling and relationships. Okay, whenever we have, whenever we import multiple tables into Power BI, right? There needs to be a relationship between them. The concept of building relationship between the tables is nothing but data modeling. Okay, we will see all these topics in detail. And after data modeling, we will talk about charts and visualizations that we can do in Power BI. After that, DAX functions. DAX is nothing but data analysis expressions. That means, for example, if we want to apply some calculations on our data, right? DAX will help us. Expressions here are nothing but formulas or inbuilt functions. Okay, so by using these formulas or functions and by using DAX, we can calculate n number of things on our data. All right, once all the calculations are done, we will be able to create dashboards or reports around those calculations. All right, now in the last step, we will also see how interview process will be when it comes to Power BI and most commonly asked questions on Power BI. All right, so that you can gain some confidence. Okay, so let's begin. Hi everyone, welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep and I am going to teach you what data analytics is all about. All right, and in this video particularly, we will talk about introduction to data analytics. So our agenda for today will be, we'll see what is data analytics and why is data analytics important. After that, we will see types of data analytics. After that, tools used for data analytics. Then we will talk about process of data analytics. All right, so let's begin. First, what is data analytics? Let's divide these two words and understand them separately. First, what exactly is data? Data is nothing but any piece of information, whether it might be. So let's understand in this way. Basically, we are surrounded by data. Whatever activity that we do in our day-to-day life, whether it might be Google searches, YouTube searches, banking, transactions, shopping, everything, gym activities, or it might be Instagram posts, likes, shares. So whatever the activity that we do in our day-to-day life, we are generating some data. That means we are the source of data. All right. Now this data is divided into two kinds. One is structured data and another one is unstructured data. What is structured data is any data that can be stored in tabular format. All right. That means any data which can be stored in rows or columns. That is nothing but structured data. And examples for structured data can be Excel file or SQL or Power BI data or anything that we download from web tables, right? So that is structured data. And what is unstructured data? Exactly the opposite of structured data. That is any data which cannot be stored in rows and columns. All right, which cannot be stored in rows and columns. For example, audio file, video file, right? We cannot store these in tabular format. That is unstructured data and it might be PDF, right? So these are the examples of unstructured data. Now that is data. Next, what is analytics? All right, what is analytics? This is a process of examining, cleaning, transforming, and modeling data to gain insights and supports decision making, right? Analytics is just the process of examining the data so that valuable or important information or insights can be drawn from the data and presented to some stakeholders or higher management so that they can take business related decisions. Understood what is data and what is analytics? Yes? Now, next, why is data analytics important? If you see here, data analytics helps in decision making, right? Identifies patterns and trends. Mainly, what happens is in data analytics, we will see or we will learn about historical data. What happened with the sales last year? Let's talk about this example. What happened to the sales last year? What happened to the sales last quarter? What were the sales in the last month? So everything about past data is nothing but data analytics. Okay. And next point is improves efficiency and performance. Obviously, if you are if we have knowledge about past data, how well we are doing in the future, that can be predicted, or that some recommendations or action plans can be made, right? Which is uh, at last improves efficiency and performance of our company, right? So that the sales and profits can be generated, improved, right? And this supports business growth and innovation, right? So let me give you an example here. For example, let's take YouTube. All right. Let me tell you one situation where for 4 to 5 days, particularly, you watch 4 to 5 days, you watch, let's say, food recipe videos in YouTube, food recipe videos. All right. And on the sixth day or seventh day, you will observe that all the recommendations in your YouTube, whenever you open that app, all the recommendations videos will be on food recipe videos. Have you ever observed this? I'll repeat this example again. Let's take YouTube and starting in the starting days for 4 to 5 days, or let's say for a 1 week, we watch food recipe videos. And after that particular time, after 1 week, after uh, some days, right? On the next day, you'll observe that all the recommendation videos in your YouTube will be based on food recipe videos, right? Everyone will observe this, right? Now, how is this happening? What is the role of data analytics in this example, right? So what happens is YouTube as a company will have a set of data analysts, right? Will have a set of data analysts who analyzes your watching data. That means for 4 to 5 days, what kind of videos you are watching and at what time you are watching, what are your watch hours, right? For a company like YouTube, the more the watchers, the more revenue it is generating. right? Understood? Yes. So that is the importance of data analyst in a YouTube kind of company. Okay. So what happens is generally once they analyze all your historical data, for example, 4 to 5 days, after that they'll provide recommendation based on what kind of videos you are watching and at what time you are watching and how much uh, time you are spending to watch that particular video. Yes. Okay. Let me give you another example. That is, everybody knows this company, Kalamandir, right? What exactly this company do? It is a cloth-based company, right? It sells saris or other clothings. So basically, first what they have done is they have understood and gathered some data on what customers exactly want, what kind of designs, what kind of designs, and what kind of color combination does a customer want? What are they liking, right? First, they have gathered and understood all these kind of information from their customers, right? After that, they have to analyze it. In analyzing the data, they have understood that there are three set of people, three set of people which are divided into first set of people likes fast fashion, let's say fast fashion. Okay, that means on day to day or week on week, designs and patterns will be launched newly. All right. That is one set of people. And next set of people like luxurious goods, luxurious clothing, luxurious pattern, right? And another set of people are uh, middle class, we would say, where they'll have threshold for price, right? Third set is price and medium quality. Okay. From the data that they have gathered, they understood that there are three set of customers. One group of customers like fast fashion, another group of customers like luxurious goods, and another group of customers who have a threshold for price and quality. All right. Based on this information, they have started KLM shopping mall for fast fashion. For luxurious good, they have started Mandir. All right. Mandir and KLM are sub brands of Kalamandir. And there is one more brand for price and quality, that is Varamahalakshmi Silks. So all these brands are sub brands or child brands of Kalamandir, which is the parent brand, right? So what my point here is, first they have collected. After that, a set of data analysts sits there and they have observed, analyzed the data, and the observations were there are three set of people who are categorized into fast fashion, luxurious, and price point threshold, right? To cater all these three set of people separately, they have started Kalamandir, sorry, KLM, after that Mandir, and after that Varamahalakshmi Silks, so that they can cater each set of people separately and they can increase their sales, they can increase their profits. Understood? Yes. Now, there is one more company, that is Asian Paints. All right. This is the first company in India to launch technology about data analytics, data science, right? What they have done is using data analytics, they have understood what color combinations will work in particular area. For example, in a luxurious area, what kind of colors do they like subtle colors or some neat and light colors, right? And they started maintaining the stock in that area for only these kind of colors, so that the demand is obviously more, right? And their sales and profits can be improved in that particular area. And wherever they don't find some demand for certain set of colors, they can strategize based on what exactly customers are liking in that area, right? Understood? That's how data analytics is important. And one more point here is, okay, let me give you another example and compare, okay, and compare data analytics, business analytics, and data science. All right. Data analytics, business analytics, and data science. Let me give you one scenario where there is a retail company. Okay, let me erase this first. There is a retail company, and that company wants to improve their sales in holiday season, particularly. All right. We'll clear this. All right. So there is a retail company which want to improve their sales, particularly in holiday season. All right. Now, what is the work of a data analyst in that situation? What is the work of business analyst? What is the work of data scientist in that situation? In this example, first we'll talk about data analyst. All right. What does a data analyst do in that particular example? Okay. When we are talking about retail company and holiday season for the past year, for the last year, what were the sales in the same holiday season for the past year? And from that data, data analyst will find some patterns and trends, like which product is selling the most, which product is selling the most, and what were the peak selling hours in a particular day. For example, in the morning time itself, whenever the sale starts, in the first hour or in the first 2 hours, the sale will be in peak, right? Those are called peak shopping hours. So as a data analyst, we'll try to find what are the patterns, what are the trends about product, which product is going to sell. I mean, which product has been sold more, or at what time, what are the peak hours it's been selling more. So that is the duty of a data analyst to find. Now, what is the duty of a business analyst? With the help of the data that's been gathered by data analyst, business analyst sits with the higher management, higher management, and develop strategies. All right, strategies on how should we plan for this year. So data analyst has given us data about the past year. Now business analyst should sit with the higher management or stakeholders, let's say, all right, and develop some strategies to how is it going to be this year? What are the plans? What should we implement? Where should we focus exactly? Right? Those strategies were developed by business analyst. After that, data scientist. What is the role of data scientist here? Data scientist predict, data scientist predict uh, using predictive modeling. Using predictive modeling, they forecast using these strategies or the past data, how is it going to be the present year or next year or for the next 3 years? All right. And this modeling will be done by machine learning or with the help of some statistical analytics method. All right. Understood the role for data analyst, analyst, and data scientist. Now, learning data analytics is important because business analyst is dependent on your data that is provided by data analyst, right? If there is no data given by the data analyst, they'll not be able to develop strategies, right? Same like that, with the help of data analyst data only, data scientist will also be able to predict or forecast the sales for the next 3 years, 5 years, right? If you don't have knowledge about data analytics, or if you don't know how to analyze the data, business analyst. There is no work for business analyst. There is no work for data scientist also. Basically, my point here is to make you understand that data analysis is the base for business analysis and data scientist. Learning data analyst will open more number of job opportunities to apply for business analyst kind of role and data scientist kind of a role. All right. So that is uh, about importance of data analytics. All right. Now let's understand the types of data analytics. All right. Just give me a minute. All right. So when we talk about types of data analytics, there are four kinds of data analytics. First is descriptive analysis. Descriptive analysis only deals with past data. All right. Only deals with past data. What has happened in the past? For example, like I said earlier, what were our sales last year? What were our sales last quarter? What were our sales for the last 3 years? Right? Now that is descriptive analysis. What is diagnostic means? Based on what is what has happened in the past, diagnostic analytics deals with why it has happened. All right. For example, for the last year, sales have been decreased. Okay. For the last year, sales have been decreased. Now, with the help of diagnostic analysis, we will know the reasons why it's been decreased. Or if it is increased, why is it increased? All right. So descriptive only deals with what has happened in the past, and diagnostic only deals with why it has happened. Understood? Yes. Now, next, predictive analytics. What is predictive analytics? Means nothing but in the past data itself, predictive analysis will find patterns or trends, or if there is any gaps in the data, or if there are any outliers. All right. These kind of data in depth will be analyzed in predictive analysis. Yes, understood. Now, next is prescriptive. So based on the data that we have got from predictive analytics, that is patterns, trends, gaps, and outliers. Now, prescriptive analytics is the analytics kind of analytics which gives recommendations on how is it going to be in the future. Recommendations on future. All right. For example, we have understood that a particular product sales have been increased for the last year. Now, for this year or for the next year, prescriptive analysis recommends, right? Recommends strategies about the marketing campaign, how to run marketing campaign for a particular product where its sales can be improved, right? Understood? So these are the types of data analytics. Next comes tools used in data analytics. So majorly we use Excel, which is nothing but basic data analytics can be done, which is used for basic data analysis. And after that, Microsoft Power BI or Tableau. What are these two tools? Nothing but data visualizations tools. Data visualization tools, right? After that, we have SQL. This is nothing but structured query language. Structured query language. This is kind of query language used to interact with the data. For example, we have a database. All right. Excel is also a database, right? Same like Excel, if you have a database, we as a human cannot interact with this database directly to access the data, right? Because whatever data that is present in the database will be stored in binary format, that is zeros and ones. As a human, we don't understand this language of zeros and ones, right? That's why we need a medium to interact with the data, to manage the data, to access the data, to update the data, if required, to delete the data, right? That's why we need SQL. All right. Next, statistics and Python. Python is used to do some automation, that is more advanced data analytics topics, right? And statistics, with the help of statistics, we can understand the mathematic perspective, mathematic perspective of DA, data analysts, right? Where we do some simple operations like central tendency, mean, median, mode, right? There are two different types of statistics. One is descriptive, one is inferential. So we'll talk about all of this in the coming sessions, maybe, right? So majorly, these are the three tools that we use for data analytics. That is Excel, Power BI and Tableau, and after that, SQL. Okay, understood? Yes. Now here, let me tell you something about Excel. All right. Excel is invented in 1985 by Microsoft company. Power BI is a Microsoft tool, and same like that, Excel is also a Microsoft tool. When it was first invented in 1985, it was only in the form of spreadsheet where we can only store the data in rows and columns, right? And as time moves on, right? Now we are in 2025. Now we are at a stage where we can integrate AI into Excel and do data analysis. All right. From a stage where it's been used to store only data, right? With the updates and technological improvements, now today we can even integrate artificial intelligence in Excel for data analysis or to create or to analyze something else. Right? Understood? That is the importance of data. And here, one more point, whether you are in small startup company or a big MNC, right? We will have a number of departments like finance department, accounts, operations, admin team, sales, management, right? So irrespective of which department you are in, you will have some or the other data to work on in your day-to-day operations, right? To do some basic analytics, you need Excel. All right. It might not be in depth, but at every level in your company, you will have to deal with some or the other data where you need Excel as a basic tool. All right. Now, for some departments or for some roles, basic data analysis is not important. This is not enough for them to make some strategies or to develop something else, right? That's why we go for Power BI. And one more biggest disadvantage with Excel is the storage capacity. All right. Excel can only store 1 million rows of data. That is nothing but 10 lakh, only 10 lakh rows of data and around 16,500 or 600 columns of data. All right. Now in Power BI, if we see, the data can be millions of billions and rows. All right. In Excel, the data will be limited. It can store only this much of data, 1 million rows of data. But in Power BI, we can work or do data analytics on millions and billions rows of data. That's why we switch to Power BI. Everything that we can do in Power BI, we can also do in Excel. But the main disadvantage is here, the data storage capacity. All right, understood. Power BI is again is a visualization tool. where we can create more than 200, 250 kinds of charts, and we can perform more than 100 operations. There is one concept in Power BI, that is DAX, DAX, nothing but data analytics expressions. With the help of this concept, we can perform more than 100 formulas, right? We'll discuss this in detail more when we learn Power BI, right? So that is the importance of Power BI. All right. Same like Power BI, Tableau is also a visualization tool. And like I said earlier, SQL is the medium to interact with the data, right? Understood the basic tools and importance of these tools. And we'll discuss this in detail when we see about each of these tools. Okay. Now, next, the data analytics process. Data analytics process will begin with data collection. How do we collect the data? It might be through web scraping, all right, or through surveys, or through questionnaires, or something else. Data source might be anything. So the thing here is, first step is the data collection. Once we collect the data, we need to clean it. Sometimes what happens is, if we pull some table from a particular website, there might be null values, there might be duplicates, there might be blank values, where data cleaning is necessary. Cleaning is nothing but we are preparing the data for the visualization, or in a particular format where we need to show some insights. All right, raw data cannot be processed. Okay, that is about data cleaning. Data transformation is similar to data cleaning, where we'll do some uh, for example, if you want to add some columns, if you want to add some conditional columns, if you want to add some custom columns, where we do some calculations, right? That is nothing but data transformation. And similarly, data analysis. This is also same as transformation, right? Data analysis is nothing but analyzing the data using some formulas. Like I said, in Power BI, we use DAX and perform some operations on data so that valuable insights can be drawn, right? Once these four steps are done, data collection, data cleaning, data transformation, data analysis, next comes data visualization. All right, data visualization, we use Power BI or Tableau. Okay, major focus will be on Power BI because it is easy. And the advantages with Power BI is it is cost effective when compared to Tableau. The Power BI cost is somewhere around $10 per user per month. Desktop version of Power BI and Tableau both are free, but if you want to use online services, the cost is about $10 for Power BI, and the cost will be around $13 to $15 uh, per user per month. $13 to $15 per user per month. All right, that is data visualization. And one more thing here, we cannot present till now, till here, till data analysis step, the data will be in the raw format. That means we'll clean the data, but it will not be in a format where we present it to someone else, where we present it to stakeholders, where we present it to higher management, right? Higher management or stakeholders will not have time to check the raw data and find insights again, right? We as a data analysts have to do this job, where we take the raw data and perform operations, data cleaning, data transformation, data analysis. After that, we will have to uh, give them the data which is visually appealing. That is, if we just see some chart, if we just see some visuals, they need to understand exactly what's going on with the data. All right. For example, there are 1,000 rows of sales data, right? For a stakeholder to analyze that, he'll have to check each and every row in that 1,000 rows. But if we put that raw data as a visual, as a chart, they'll be able to understand that easily, right? Time saving. Understood what is data visualization using Power BI and Tableau? Yes. The last step is storytelling. Just preparing the data or just preparing the visualization charts is not important, because if we are not able to present that data, if we are not able to explain that data to someone else, there is no point in creating visualizations or dashboards, for example. Okay. If we are not able to explain that, present that data clearly with all the insights that they want, there is no point in creating dashboards. There is no point in all the process of data analytics, right? So, storytelling is all about presenting the data, presenting the useful insights, useful information, so that stakeholders or higher management can take decisions on business. Okay, that is storytelling. Understood the process of data analytics? Right. So that's it for this video. And in coming videos, we'll see or we'll try to focus mainly on Power BI for now and see everything. Okay, how things works with Power BI. All right, that's it for this video. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Welcome to Ashok IT. This is Sandeep and I'm going to teach you about data analytics. In this video particularly, we will see data analytics using Power BI. All right. Before going to that, we will need to know some things about Power BI. All right. So we will start with the introduction. First, what is Power BI? I can define Power BI in two types. One is it is a business analytics or business intelligence tool developed by Microsoft company that helps in organize, analyze, create reports, and then build dashboards. And also, after creating dashboards, we can share it. All right. So this is one general definition of Power BI. Next definition is it is the collection of components. And what are these components? We will see that. Here are some Power BI components. First is Power Query. This is otherwise called as ETL tool, extract, transform, and load. Power Query is an ETL tool used to clean the data. All right, used to clean the data. In other ways called as used to transform the data, used to manipulate the data, right? This is a powerful tool in Power BI. All right. Sometimes what happens is whenever we import some data from websites or Excel file or any other data source, the data might be a bit messy, right? There might be null values, there might be duplicates, there might be blank cells or repeated values, correct? To clean all this data, to transform this data into a perfect data by which we can create dashboards or reports, we use Power Query. All right, understood what is Power Query. Next is Power Pivot, used for data modeling. What is data modeling? Data modeling is nothing but to create relationships between tables. Sometimes in any company, we will have n number of tables. All the data related to that company is not stored in a single table, right? We will have to import n number of tables, more sometimes more than 50 tables, more than 100 tables also, right? So to build relationships between these tables, the concept that we need to know is data modeling. And this modeling can be done using Power Pivot. We will see everything in detail while we see interface to Power BI, right? So this is just for your understanding. Power BI is the collection of components. First component is Power Query, which is ETL tool used for cleaning the data or transforming the data or manipulating the data, right? Next is Power Pivot. This is used to create relationships between the tables. Whatever, how many tables we import from whatever source, Power Pivot is used to build data modeling. Nothing but relationships between the tables. Next is Power View. This is another component where we create visuals or otherwise called as dashboards. All right, that is Power View. We will see this while we talk about interface of Power BI. Next component is Power BI service. Okay, this is the web version of Power BI. All right. So why do we use this Power BI service mainly? To share or collaborate with people. To share to someone else, we use Power BI service, because what happens is, okay, we have used Power BI and created reports or dashboards, but to share this, we cannot share that file that we have created and share them individually or through mails or through some other source. For example, Microsoft Teams. We cannot go to each and every chart and share this file separately, right? For that, there is one option, that is Power BI service. This is the web version or cloud version of Power BI service, Power BI desktop application. All right. By using this, whatever reports that we create, whatever dashboard that we create, if we just publish our dashboard to Power BI service, yes, and give access to whoever we want to share, they can access this easily. They can download this easily. They can make changes very easily, right? By this, we can save much more time, because time is money, right? So that is about Power BI service. So these are the four components of Power BI. Now comes, why do we go for Power BI? All right, let me give you an example here. Suppose we have, okay, we'll take a small medical store. Okay, small medical store. How many customers will use their service on daily basis, right? Maximum 100 to 300 customers. That means a small medical store can serve 100 to 300 customers on daily basis, right? Now, let me give you another example. Amazon or Flipkart. Now tell me, how many people can use their service on daily basis, right? Some thousands, some millions of data. For example, we will take Amazon's Great Indian Festival or Flipkart's Big Billion Days, right? In these peak hours, in couple of minutes, maybe couple of minutes, from all over the world, everybody waits there for this festive season to start, and they'll order at the same time. That means in couple of minutes, we will get hundreds and thousands of millions of rows of data about products, about their sales. Correct? Millions of rows. Here, when we consider small medical store, it is only 100 to 300. But for a company like Amazon or Flipkart, it will generate some millions of rows in couple of minutes, right? Now, here to manage this 100 to 300 rows of data or entries of data is easy using Excel. Excel is another software used in data analytics, right? So for this kind of small data, by using Excel, they can store, they can manage, and they can create some reports also, correct? But there is one disadvantage with Excel. It can only store 1 million rows of data. This we already know, right? This can only store 1 million rows, that is nothing but 10 lakh. Okay, 10 lakh rows. If you only consider 1 million, in couple of minutes, the spreadsheet will be full. There will be no space left for the more data to enter, correct? That's why we go for Power BI, right? In Power BI, it is capable of storing and analyze this data to millions and billions of rows. All right. That is the main reason why we go for Power BI. And there is one saying, like whatever we can do in Power BI, we can also do the same thing using Excel, right? But the only disadvantage, only limitation is Excel can only store 1 million rows of data. All right. There are some other points also I want to mention here. Using Power BI, we get maximum features. That is, we can write hundreds of DAX expressions, hundreds of DAX. Basically, DAX is nothing but data analytic expressions, which is nothing but formulas or functions. All right. Using Power BI, we can write hundreds of functions or otherwise called as DAX functions. Okay. Another point is we can create 250 plus visuals. In Excel, we only have limited number of visuals, right? But in Power BI, we can create 250 plus visuals. Okay, that is another advantage by using Power BI. Another thing is there are some more data visualization. Power BI is a data visualization tool. We already know this, and there are other visualization tools in market also, like Tableau, correct? But again, why do we go for Power BI ignoring Tableau? There is one reason. The reason is cost. Okay, Power BI is around $10 per user per month. But when it comes to Tableau, this will be costing around 13 to $15 per user per month. And in Tableau, if you want to use some extra features, we will have to pay extra. But that is not the case in Power BI. Once we pay all these $10 for a month, we can use all the features of Power BI. And this is only for Power BI service or the pro license, correct? But in general, if we want to use desktop application, whether it is for Power BI or Tableau, that will be free of cost. But if you just want to use some advanced features like Power BI service, we will have to pay some extra money. That is another advantage. Costing is another advantage uh, by using Power BI. Another thing, another advantage is data connectivity. In Power BI, we have more than 100 different sources, more than 100 different sources from where we can pull the data. For example, Excel is a source of data. We can pull the data from Excel, SQL, right? Any website, okay? Or Azure, or AWS, or SharePoints, anything. We have more than 100 different data sources from where we can pull the data. That is the biggest advantage of Power BI. All right. Clear why do we go for Power BI? All right. Now, next is key features of Power BI. Okay. Like I said, data connectivity, we can connect or we can pull the data from 100, not hundreds, around 100 different sources, approximately 100. What are all these sources? We will see in detail while we move forward. 100 different sources. Okay. That is data connectivity. Next comes data transformations. Data transformations, we use Power Query, right? Power Query for data transformations is which is otherwise called as data cleaning. Okay. Next is data visualization. We can create, like I said earlier, 250 plus visuals in Power BI. That is another feature. And this visualization, creating reports or creating dashboards We do that in Power View, right? In components, we have seen that in Power View itself, we create reports or dashboards, correct? So that is data visualization. And cloud integration is nothing but Power BI service. Okay, these are some features of Power BI. Next, we will talk about how Power BI works, or this is otherwise called as process of data analytics using Power BI. Okay, first is connect to data source. If there is no data, there is no building reports, there is no building dashboards. So the first step is to collect the data, right? Collecting the data is nothing but we can connect to different sources and pull the data from there. All right. Once the data is collected, and Excel, SQL, Cloud, APIs, all these are data sources. Okay. Once the data is collected, once the data is imported, we need to clean the data or transform the data. Like I said earlier, if we are pulling some data from a website, for example, okay, I'll show you in the coming time how to pull the data into Power BI, everything. But sometimes what happens is when we pull the data from a website, that data will not be in a proper format, correct? We will have duplicates, right? We will have blank values, we'll have null values. Everything, these kind of things we cannot put into dashboards. We cannot build visuals using, if we have these kind of data, right? For that, we need to first clean the data. We need to make it into a proper format so that we can build reports and dashboards accurately and insightfully. We cannot give the raw data or we cannot give the incorrect data to someone else, correct? So that is the second step, that is cleaning and transforming the data using Power Query. All right. Next is create the reports and visuals like charts and graphs. This is what we have seen. This can be done in Power View, correct? Right. Next is publish and share dashboards via Power BI service. Like I said, only creating the dashboard is not important. We can save so much of time by just publishing whatever dashboard we create into Power BI service and share that or give access from there. All right. Now, next is monitor and analyze business performance. Like I said earlier in the data analytics introduction, data analytics deals with the past historical data, correct? By using that historical data, we analyze at what stage is our business now, correct? What were our sales last year? What were our sales for the past 5 years, right? We will understand or monitor that past historical data and put or plan everything for the future. All right. That is how we improve or monitor or analyze business performance. Okay. So this is how Power BI works, and this is the process of data analytics using Power BI. Next is benefits of using Power BI. First is easy to use and learn, right? Unlike in Excel, we can do hundreds of functions in Power BI, hundreds of functions in Power BI just by clicks. For hundreds of functions to implement, we don't have to use any formulas also. All the formulas, most of the formulas will be available ready-made in Power BI. We don't have to write also, everything can be done in clicks, buttons, right? So that is easy to learn, easy to use. Next is connects to multiple data sources. Like I said earlier, this have hundreds of data sources. Whatever terms you hear, data, verse, one lake, right? All these are nothing but data source. All these are places where the data is stored. In simple words, that is the thing. Next is again real-time insights and automatic refresh. Automatic refresh is nothing but on daily basis, if we are keeping on adding new data into our source. For example, if we pull data from an Excel sheet into Power BI. All right. Tomorrow again, we are going to add some hundreds of thousands of data newly. All right. For example, in our data, there are 1,000 rows as of today. And when it comes to tomorrow, we will add 100 rows of data again, right? And once we add, whenever we add, we don't have to do all the calculations again with the new data, and we don't have to update or we don't have to create the visualizations again and again. If we just create an automatic refresh option will be available in the Power BI service, not in Power BI desktop application. In desktop application, we will only have refresh button by which we can refresh the data from the source, but automatic refresh, once we implement this automatic refresh in Power BI service, everything is done automatically. Once the data source is updated, all the visuals, all the dashboard, everything will be automatically refreshed with the new data. All right. And through the Power BI service also, we can share and collaborate with anyone else. Right. Next point is secure and scalable for business. Secure. Yes, it is secure because we manage permissions and all. Correct. And scalable. Scalable for business is nothing but uh, cost effective. Correct. Right. So that those are some of the benefits of Power BI, benefits of using Power BI. And one more point here, scalable is nothing but whether it might be small company or a big MNC. Power BI is a bit cost effective. That's it, right? So these are some of the benefits using Power BI. So that is it for this video. But in the coming videos, we will try to learn everything in detail about Power BI. We will import the data, we will clean the data, everything, right? So stay tuned for the updates. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep and I am going to teach you data analytics. In the last video, we have seen introduction to Power BI, where we have seen what exactly is Power BI and why do we go for Power BI and some of its components, features and benefits, right? In this video, we will talk about interface of Power BI, how Power BI actually looks and what is the interface, what are all the options that are available. So let's begin. Let's go to Power BI. So basically, whenever you open a Power BI file, the interface looks like this, where you have select a data source or start with a blank report. All right. Blank report is nothing but you'll not have anything there. You'll have to import data from the scratch and you'll have to work on it. Here, the other options are one lake catalog, Excel workbook, SQL server, and get data from other sources. All these are nothing but data sources, right? From where we can pull the data into Power BI and work on it. We can either choose blank report or you can directly select any one of this data source and pull the data. All right. Below it, we have recommended. This is nothing but the introduction to Power BI, getting started with Power BI. And if you just click on this, this will open in the web version of Power BI, where you just get to see the introduction, what exactly is Power BI, right? Now, below it, we have recent and shared with me tabs. In recent tab, you will be seeing all the recently opened Power BI files on your system. Okay. Now, if you observe the first one, there is maps, tables, and matrix. This is the name of the file. All right. And the extension of Power BI, whenever we save a Power BI file, it will be saved with an extension .pbix. All right. And if you see here, open, when was it opened last time? 2 hours ago. All right. And we have shared with me. If I just click on that, it is asking to sign in, right? Once you sign in with your Microsoft account, after that, if someone else shared a Power BI file with you, okay, that file will be visible here. Okay. Now, to left of it, we have home and open. Home is nothing but what we are seeing now. And open is used to open an already saved Power BI file on your system. Okay, that is open. Below it, we have sign in, options and settings, and about. If I just click on about, you will get to see the version of Power BI. All right, here the version is 2.140.1454.0. This is the latest version which was updated in February 2025. All right, that is about. That is the basic interface. Now, this is the actual interface of Power BI. On the right side, if you observe, there are three options. One is data, one is visualization, and one is filters. All right. These three are called panes. 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 Data pane, visualization pane, and filters pane. Inside this data pane, you'll once you import any table from, for example, let's say from Excel workbook, whenever we import a table, that table name will be visible here, and you'll get to see all the column headers that are present inside our table. Okay, right. Next is visualization pane. Inside this visualization pane, you will get to see all the default charts that are available in Power BI. Okay, you can see around 30 to 35 charts available here, and you can work on this anytime. All right. Another option in visualization pane is format. Basically, we don't have any visuals as of now. That's why it is showing as format your report page. That means this background of the page can be formatted. All right. Once we create some visuals, you'll be seeing this format your visual. That means we can change background colors, we can add titles, we can add access titles for our charts, and we can change text colors, formats, everything. All right. That is visualization pane. And next is filters pane. In our data set, for example, we want to see only a part of the data, all right, by filtering it. For example, in our data set, we have a column name that is region. Inside region, we will have north, south, east, and west. But as of now, we just want to see only north and south values, not east and west, only north and south. We'll have to filter those, and that can be done using this filters pane. Okay. Once we import a sample data set, we'll see everything in detail. All right. Now, to the left of it, we have this middle area, which is enclosed in this dotted line. All right. I hope you can see this. This area is called canvas. 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 This is a place where we build our reports or dashboards. All right. Now, to the left of it, we have report view, table view, and model view. And the last one is DAX query view. A report view is nothing but this is the place where we create our reports and dashboards, right? And what is table view? If I just click on this table view, you'll get to see all the contents that's present in our table. Here in the data pane, like I said earlier, you will only get to see the table name and what are all the table column headers present, right? Not the values. But in this table view, we will get to see each and every value that's present in our data. For example, in our data set, we have 50 rows and 3 columns. All right. So the number of values present in our data set will be 50 into 3. That is 150 values. Correct? 150 cells. Right? So all of those contents will be seen in this table view. Okay. Now, next is model view. As soon as I click on it, you'll get to see some rectangular boxes and lines here. Each rectangular box represent each table that we import. For example, sometimes what happens is when you work on a data set of a company like Amazon, which is a very big MNC, right? So all of the Amazon data will not be stored in a single table. You'll have n number of tables. Sometimes what happens is we'll get to work on 50 tables. We'll have to import 50 tables and work on it, sometimes 100 also, right? Now, this model view is used to build relationships between those 50 tables or 100 tables, whatever the number of tables that we import. Okay. Each line that is connecting these two rectangle boxes represents a relationship that might be one to one, many to one to many, or many to many. We will explore these things in detail later on, but just for your understanding, model view is used to build relationships between the table. All right. To the right of it, we have same data pane, and you'll be able to see all the tables that we import. All right. And in the model tab, you'll be able to see what kind of relationship it is. Like I said, it might be many to one to many, or something else. All right. Next is properties. Here also you have three options. These are basic. Show the database in the header when applicable. You can switch it off, switch it on, whatever it is. Show related fields when card is collapsed. So we'll explore these options. We'll see each of these options later. Just give me a second, guys. All right. So the last one is DAX. DAX is nothing but data analysis expressions. Expression is nothing but formulas, measures, quick measures. All right. So that thing, whatever formulas we write, we can see those here. All right. So these are the four options. Below it, you will see two icons here. One is desktop icon, one is mobile icon. Right. In the desktop icon, whatever dashboard that we create, in desktop, how does it actually looks? And in mobile, how does it actually looks? Because Power BI can also be accessed from mobile. Okay. So that is basically desktop layout view and mobile layout view. And here we have pages. Same like in Excel, we'll have pages here. In Excel, that these are called sheets. Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, and so on. But in Power BI, this is called page 1, page 2, page 3, and so on. Okay. So now next is the ribbon. File, home, insert, modeling, view, optimize, and help. These are all called tabs. Home tab, insert tab, modeling tab, and so on. And each of these tab contain some groups. For example, in home tab, we have clipboard group, data group, queries group, insert group, calculations, sensitivity, share, right? And each of these groups have its own functionality. For example, clipboard, if you observe, there is cut, copy, format painter, and paste options. Like the same way, in the data group, we have get data. If I just click on this, you will get to see all the data sources that are available in Power BI. All right. If I just click on this more, you'll find approximately 100 data sources. So all of these are nothing but data sources. Excel workbook, text or CSV, XLM, JSON, folder, PDF, SharePoint, web, Snowflake, Dataverse, whatever it is. These are all the data sources where the data is stored. Okay, we can pull the data from all of these sources. That is get data and data group here. All right. So next is queries. There is one powerful option here, that is transform data. If we just click on this, we will be navigated to another window that is nothing but Power Query Editor, which is the most important tool in Power BI, where we actually clean the data, where we transform the data, manipulate the data, right? So what happens is when we pull data from a website, for example, the data will not be in a proper format. There might be null cells, there might be blank cells, or there might be duplicate values. All right. To clean all of that data and bring our data into a proper format, we will do everything in the Power Query Editor. Here, if you observe again, there are some tabs: home, transform, add column, view, tools, and help. And each of this tab again have different functionality. For example, if we want to add a column to our current table, we can do that from here. It might be conditional column, it might be custom column, or whatever it is. All right. Transform consists of if you want to transpose things, or if you want to do a group by function, or if you want to merge columns, you can do these kind of operations from the transform tab. And from the home tab, again, some of the options are similar when compared to transform tab, but from here, you will be able to see merge queries, append queries, or combine files. All right, we will explore each of these options later, but just for your understanding, all these things are nothing but data cleaning and data transforming, which are actually done in Power Query Editor. All right. Once we do all the cleaning operations, once we do all the transforming operations, we will just go and click on this close and apply. All right. Now that will again navigate back to our actual view, actual Power BI view, where we can directly build our dashboards. Okay. That is transform data and Power Query. Now, after that, we have insert, modeling, view, and all of these options. For example, in the view tab, we can change the colors and theme of the visuals that we create, or we can customize things. We can change colors, we can change size of the text or whatever it is. Okay. After that, we have page view and mobile layout. Mobile layout, like I said, whatever dashboard that we build, how that actually looks in the mobile, because Power BI can be accessed in mobile also, right? Now with this help of with this mobile layout option, we can see how our dashboard actually looks on mobile. Okay. After that, we have grid lines, snap to grid, and lock objects. Nothing but in any visual that we create, if we just want to add grid lines or remove grid lines, we can do that from these options. Same like that, we have bookmarks, selection, performance analyzers, and sync slicers. We will explore all of these options later. When we import a data set and work on it, we will explore some of these options. All right. Now, once we work on it, once we create the dashboard, everything is done, and we want to publish that to Power BI service, from where we can share that link to n number of people, right? To do that, we have another option, that is publish. In the home tab itself, we have this publish option. Using this option, we can publish our created dashboard to Power BI service, from where we can share or collaborate with someone else. All right. That is publish option. And once everything is done, we have this save option. We can do that from here, or we can go to file and save, or save as, right? So that is the basic introduction to interface of Power BI. All right. In the coming videos, we will pull some data set from a website or Excel workbook and understand things in a more detailed way. All right. Which option is used for what? We will see all these things. So that's it for this video, and stay tuned for updates. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep and I am going to teach you data analytics. All right. In this video, we will talk about importing data into Power BI and Power Query and data cleaning. So let's begin with importing data into Power BI. Power BI allows users to import data from various data sources like Excel. Excel is a data source. SQL or SQL Server is another data source, or web. Web is nothing but any website, or we can even pull the data from any cloud platform, cloud database like Azure or AWS. These both are cloud databases. Power BI is capable enough to pull the data from all of these sources. In Power BI, approximately we have 100 plus data sources from where we can pull the data into Power BI and create reports or dashboards. Okay, here are steps to import Power BI, steps to import data into Power BI. All right. So rather than going through each of this step, we will directly go to Power BI and see how we can pull the data, let's say from a website. Okay. All right. So this is the actual interface of Power BI. In the ribbon, in the Home tab, we have an option called Get Data. If we just click on this, you'll get to see all the list of data sources from where we can pull the data. If I just click on more here, like I said earlier, we have 100 plus data sources. If we just click on more, you'll get to see all the 100 data sources here. All right. For example, this SharePoint online list, this is a data source, Salesforce objects, Salesforce reports, all of these are nothing but data sources. Okay. So let's uh, open any website and try to pull some tables from there into Power BI. All right. So let's go to Chrome or any browser first. In the website or in the Wikipedia, I have just searched for, okay, let's go back. I have just searched for Olympic medal list 2024. All right. Here, there are n number of websites, but I'll just go to Wikipedia. Why? Wikipedia is open source data base, open source database, right? Anyone can pull the data from here. But when we go to other websites, we might not have access to pull the data, right? So if we just open Wikipedia and scroll down, okay, here is a table where there is rank, country name, gold, silver or bronze medal and total number of medals, right? So let's go to Power BI and pull this table into Power BI. I'll just copy this link, copy this website link, go to Power BI, click on Get Data and click on Web here. Okay, it will ask for URL. I'll just paste that URL which I have copied here and click on OK. This might take time because this is the first time. So let's wait. Now it says connecting. That means Power BI is connecting to that website to pull the data. Okay, let's wait. It is still loading. All right. So there is a new window or a new pop-up that has opened. That is Navigator. That means here you will be able to see all the tables that are available in that particular website or all the data that is available in that particular website. Here, if you observe, table 1, table 2, table 3, and till table 6. And there are two other tables also. That means on a whole, we have 8 tables in that website, right? But to check what is the content that is present in that table, we will just have to click on this. Okay, for example, this 2024 Summer Olympics medal table, this is what we need, right? In the website, if you observe, there is rank, country name, and what kind of medal it is, and total number of medals. Okay, here also, as soon as I click on this fourth table, that is 2024 Summer Olympics medal table, you'll get to see the actual content that is present in that table. All right. Now, if I just check this box, okay, you'll see there are two options that are available here on the bottom right of this window, correct? One is load and one is transform data. If we just click on load, right? If we just click on load, the table will automatically loaded into the Power BI where there is no data cleaning required. All right. There is no data cleaning required. Now, another option is transform data. If we click on this transform data, this will take you to the powerful tool in Power BI. That is nothing but Power Query. Power Query is a place where we clean the data, where we transform the data, or where we manipulate the data. All right. So for now, I'll just click on load. If you observe processing queries, that means queries are nothing but tables in Power BI. Okay. Processing this table. And once this is done, you'll get to see that table inside this data pane. Okay. We'll just wait. Okay. If you observe creating connections in model, that means there is another concept in Power BI that is data modeling. We will see about that also. That is nothing but If we are importing multiple tables, more than one table or more than two tables, it might be n number of tables, right? Data modeling is a concept where we build relationships between those tables. All right. So if you observe 93 rows loaded, that means our table has 93 rows. Okay. Now let's go to Power BI and check data pane here. If you observe, whatever data or whatever table that we have pulled from that website is here, where we have rank column, NOC column, that is nothing but country column. Gold is another column that shows number of gold medals for a country, right? Same like that, bronze medals, silver medals, and total, right? This is what this table shows, right? We have successfully pulled that table into Power BI. Now, using this table or using this data pane and visualization pane, we can create or build reports or dashboards using this data. Okay. And that is how we import the data into Power BI. All right. So let's get back to this PPT. Okay. So this is done. Importing data into Power BI is done. Next, we will talk about understanding Power Query. What is Power Query? Like I said, Power Query is a powerful tool which is used to clean the data. Okay. Or otherwise called as transform the data or manipulate the data. Nothing but, okay, for example, we have pulled this table from the Wikipedia website, right? Let's go through the data once and check table view. I'll just click on this. You'll get to see all the content that is present in this table that we have pulled. If you scroll down, you'll get to see some blank spaces. Here in the first column itself, we have a blank space that is 31 is missing, right? And same like that, 38 is missing, 40 is missing, right? So whenever we try to pull data from any website or it might be any other data source, that data might be messy, right? That data might be in improper format. For example, data types might be different, column headers might be different. There might be extra columns which are not in use, right? So to do all these operations on data, whether it might be removing columns, removing rows, replacing values, whatever it is, we need Power Query, right? We will discuss in detail what is Power Query, right? But for now, Power Query is a powerful data transformation tool. This is what we have seen, right? And here are some features of Power Query. First, connects to multiple data sources. That is what we have seen, right? There are 100 plus data sources in Power BI. Next is cleans and reshapes data without any coding. In Power BI, this is a very big advantage. In Power Query, we can make changes, we can clean the data without coding. There will be no necessary to write codes, write formulas or whatever it is. Without coding, we can do more than 100 operations, I would say, right? We will see what are those options in detail in coming time. But just for your understanding, without any coding, we will be able to clean the data or transform the data using Power Query. Okay. Next is integrate seamlessly with Power BI and Excel. Power Query is not only available in Power BI, it is also available in Microsoft Excel. Okay. Whatever operations we can do in Power BI using Power Query, we can do same operations in Excel also using Power Query, right? Next is essential for preparing data before analysis. That is what we have discussed, right? The data what we are pulling might be messy, might contains null values or blank values or duplicate values. We cannot contain duplicate values. We will not allow duplicate values to be present in our data, right? To clean all these things, we need Power Query. Okay, understood what is Power Query and features of Power Query. Next, we will understand importance of data cleaning. All right. Now, why do we go for data cleaning first? Why do we do data cleaning? First point is, without data cleaning, if we try to build reports or dashboards, there might be errors. Okay. Reduce errors while performing some, let's say, DAX operations. DAX operation is nothing but data analysis expressions, nothing but formulas or functions, right? So if we don't clean the data, we might get errors, or next point is incorrect insights. This is the main point. The purpose of building dashboards or reports in Power BI is to show some insights. We cannot give raw data to any stakeholder or any person, any person, so that they can draw insights from that raw data, right? We need to show them or summarize the whole raw data into visuals, correct? By seeing just the visual, they need to understand the whole data, right? Without data cleaning, if we just build the dashboards, it might give incorrect insights, right? Next point is data accuracy. Data accuracy might reduce because we will contain errors and incorrect insights if we just don't clean the data. Okay. And one more thing, if you just clean the data before creating any reports or dashboards, your 50% to 60% work is already done, right? Because if the data is cleaned as per the requirement, it won't take much time to create the dashboard, correct? Right. One more point is uh, same false conclusions. If someone is relying on our data, on our dashboard, on our insights to 100%, we cannot give false conclusions. We cannot give a chance for them to get into false conclusions, because based on our data itself, they'll be taking business related decisions, correct? How or what is the plan for the future sales, right? So we cannot give false conclusions. That's why we need to go and clean the data first before creating any reports or dashboards. All right. And there are some steps to remember before data cleaning. Okay. First is we need to understand the data. When I say understanding the data, that means we will have to see what are all the columns that are available, what columns and what data types, right? And what is that we want to show, right? Outcome, what is outcome? All these things we need to understand. And based on those requirements, we need to clean our data, right? Next point is focus on the domain knowledge. For example, if we are working with some educational data, educational data set, all right. For example, if we are working with some educational data set, we need to have education domain knowledge. That means what exactly is that company doing? What exactly that institute or university is doing, correct? Or we need to have some knowledge about educational industry completely, correct? Domain knowledge is nothing but what it does exactly, and different fields or projects that the company is handling. And another point is what is the purpose of this project? What is the purpose? All right. Without purpose, without the problem statement, we cannot go ahead. Correct. Next point is that we need to keep in mind, we need to always do a backup for the data. Sometimes what happens is while we are working, we might lose the complete data at the spot, right? If we don't have a backup for the data, we cannot go ahead. Again, we need to request for the data and do from the first step again, right? That is why we should create a backup for the data. Next point is documenting. Documenting cleaning process. Whatever steps we apply while data cleaning, we need to document it. So that if you, okay, let's take an example. You are working in some company and doing a project on educational data sets itself. If you don't record the steps that you have done, for example, you left the company, right? And another person is replaced. Okay. If they go to the project that you have done, they cannot understand all the steps at a time. If you just create a document and provide that to them, they'll be able to understand that easily, and they can take up or continue from the place that you have stopped, right? That is for ease of use. Next point that we need to remember is double check. Sorry. Double check for the accuracy, or double check for results. Whatever cleaning steps that we have done, whether it is giving the accurate results or not, that we need to double check. Okay, do some iterations, clean the data, check for the results, and again clean the data, check for the results. Right? That is nothing but double checking the process that we have done, whether it is giving the accurate results or not. All right. So these are some steps that we need to remember while cleaning the data. Okay. So next, we will understand key data cleaning techniques in Power Query. These are some of the data cleaning techniques. First is removing duplicate records. Like I said earlier, the data that we are pulling might contain some duplicate values, right? We need to remove all those duplicate values to uh, make our data perfect, right? Next is handling missing values. Like I've shown earlier, there are some missing values, some blank spaces, right? We need to either replace them or remove them or fill down. What is this fill down? What is this remove? What is this replace? We will see that in the coming time. Next step is, next technique is changing data type, right? All the data that we pull will not be present or will not be in the same data format, right? We might pull some numeric columns, we might pull some date columns or any text columns, right? We need to be very precise about these data types that we use. Okay. Text data type cannot be stored or cannot be worked on if it is numeric. That means text data type should be text data type. It cannot be numeric or date. Correct? We will see how does these works. Next is splitting and merging columns, right? What is splitting? For example, we have an email address abc@gmail.com, right? If someone asks to extract only the first thing or the thing which is on the left side of this at the rate, that is only name, right? For that, we will have to split this entire email address. That is splitting. We will see how this is done. And next is merging columns. For example, we have two columns, first name and last name. We will have to merge these two columns to get full name, right? That is nothing but we are just joining these two columns to get another column as a result. Okay, that is nothing but merging column. So how this is done in Power BI, let's check it out in the next video. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep and I'm going to teach you data analytics. So our today's topic is data cleaning with Power BI. Okay, what exactly is data cleaning and why is it important? And there are some steps to remember before going on to data cleaning. To know all of this, I have made another separate video. First, go and watch it. Okay, now our today's topic will be mainly focusing on some of the basic methods of how we clean the data. Okay, before jumping onto the topic, we will just understand the process of data analysis first. Okay, process of data analysis. First step in the data analysis process is collection of data. Data collection. And data collection might be through web scraping. Web scraping is nothing but pulling some data or pulling some table from any of the websites. Okay. It might be through websites or it might be through any of the data sources that are available in Power BI. Or it might be through some surveys or questionnaires, whatever it is. So from wherever we pull the data, this is the first step in the data analytics process. Okay. Once the data is collected, the next step is data cleaning. Okay. Now, whenever we import some data from any of the sources, it might not be in a proper format. Okay. We need to manually do all the data cleaning methods to bring our data into a proper format so that we can present or create dashboards more accurately and more quality, right? So the definition of data cleaning is nothing but it is a process of identifying and correcting errors. Like I said, our imported data might contain, let's say, null values, blank values, duplicate rows, right? Or many unwanted columns, okay, where there might be some performance issues with the Power BI application. So we have to remove all the unwanted things from our data. That is another method of data cleaning, right? So to bring our data into proper format so that we can give accurate visuals or accurate insights is nothing but data cleaning. Okay. The next step in data analysis process is once the data is cleaned, we need to interpret the data. Okay. Nothing but with the help of DAX, data analysis expressions. Nothing but using some formulas or functions, we can make our data more accurate. Okay, we can customize our data by creating with the help of some formulas or functions, right? Once the data is interpreted, the data is now ready for visuals or dashboard. Okay, once all the visuals are made, once we format our dashboard, the next step is publishing into Power BI service. Okay, publishing into Power BI service. Power BI service is nothing but a web version of Power BI desktop where we can share whatever dashboard that we have created. Okay. Now, the last step is about storytelling. Storytelling is nothing but presenting our data to some stakeholders or some higher management people so that they'll be able to take some business related decisions more accurately. That means just by seeing our visuals, they need to understand what's happening with our data. Okay, that is nothing but storytelling. So this is the process of data analysis. Now we are going to talk about basic methods of data cleaning. Okay, so let's go. Now, here are some of the basic data cleaning methods, and all of these methods will be applied in Power Query. the most important tool in Power BI is Power Query Editor, otherwise called as only Power BI, sorry, Power Query. Okay. Now, here are some basic data cleaning methods. First is removing single or multiple unimportant columns. Sometimes what happens is if we are just pulling our table from any of the website, it might contain 100 columns. Let's say, for example, 100 columns. Okay. But in reality, we only use 5 to 10 columns from these 100 columns, right? So there are 90 to 95 unimportant columns. Unimportant columns. Now, how to remove all these 90 to 95 unimportant columns? We'll see that. Okay. Now, data types. All right. We know that Power BI is capable enough to format or bring all the data types into uh, the proper format. For example, we have a date column, right? The date column should be aligned with date data type. It cannot be present in text or numeric data type, correct? So we will check what are all the data types that are present and align or assign each column with a proper data format. Okay. The next is removing duplicates. Removing duplicate rows from our data. Mainly, we have to focus on primary key column. Okay, what is primary key? We will understand this in some time, but just for your understanding, we will have to remove duplicate rows from our data. We cannot have duplicate rows in our data because the results might vary. Will not be able to present our data accurately, right? So next thing is split columns. For example, we have full name column in our data set, and we want to break this down into first name and the last name. All right. How to split this? We will see while we work on the data in Power Query. So just for your understanding, this is another data cleaning method. Next is merging two columns. Exactly the opposite of splitting column is the merging column, where we attach two columns, two or more columns, right? So for example, we have first name and the last name in our data set, and we want to convert that into full name, right? We can do that with the help of merging columns. Okay. Next and the last thing we will see today is the renaming of column header. Okay. We will just go to Power BI and check out all these operations. How can we do? Okay. So let's go to Power BI. So this is how the interface of Power BI look, right? So we'll import some data set first. I'll just import some data from the Excel. Okay. As soon as I select this workbook, you'll get to see another window will be opened. That is nothing but navigator window, where we'll be able to see what is the exact content that is present in our data set. Okay. So in the file that I'm trying to import in the Excel file, we have three options here. One is table one. That means our Excel file consists of a table, right? And there are two more sheets. Okay, let me show you exactly in the Excel first. So this is the Excel workbook that I'm trying to import, where we have two sheets, right? Sales data is one sheet, another sheet is another sheet, right? In the sales data, we have a properly formatted table, correct? There is no heading for this table. That's why Power BI is taking is by default, it is taking it as table one. That means in the Excel file that we are trying to import, there is one table and there are two sheets, correct? If I just want to see what is the content in that table, I'll just have to click on it. And if I check this box here, you'll get two options. One is load, one is transform data. If I click on this load, that means our whatever the data that we select will be directly moved onto the Power BI version, where we develop dashboards or create visuals, where there is no data cleaning is required. Okay. If we just click on this transform data, I'm just clicking on it, you will be navigated to Power Query Editor. Okay. It might take a minute. We'll just wait for it. Now, if you observe, as soon as we click on this transform data, a new window is opened that is nothing but Power Query Editor. Here on the top side, you can see that. Okay, so this is the table that we have imported, right? On the right side, if you observe, there is query settings. That means by default, this Power BI is taking this table name as table 1. If you just want to change that table name, I'll just rename this from here. I have just removed table 1 and rename it as sales data. Okay, I can do that from here. And below it, we have applied steps. That means whatever data cleaning methods that we apply on our data set will be recorded here step by step. Okay, we'll see how that is actually done. So first step that we are going to see is removing single or multiple unimportant columns. That means in our data set, if you just see on the bottom left side, you'll observe that there are 18 columns and 999 plus rows. That means Power Query by default only shows the top or first 1,000 rows of data. But whatever data cleaning methods that we apply will be applied to the entire data. If our data set contains 1 million rows of data, Power Query only shows top 1,000 rows, correct? But whatever actions that we apply on our data set will be applied to the entire 1 million rows. Okay. So first, how to remove a single column? For example, here we have 18 columns, right? If I just want to remove this customer city column, okay, I'll just have to select this column, right click on it. You'll see an option that is remove. If I just click on this, customer city column is now removed, and that removed step is now recorded here in the applied steps. Okay, understood this? Yes. Now we have removed one column. What if I want to get that column back? Okay, I have accidentally removed that column and now I need to get that column back. If you observe here, after removing one column, the statistics is now changed to 17 columns and 999 plus rows. Now, if you just want to get that column back, I'll just remove this step from here just by clicking on this cross button. Okay, if I just click on this, you'll observe that customer city column is now back into our data set. Okay, that is how we remove a single column. Now, what if we want to remove multiple columns? I'll just have to select any number of columns that we want to remove and right click on it and click on remove columns. I have just selected two columns with the help of Control plus click from the keyboard. Right clicked on it and click on this remove columns. You'll observe the selected two columns are now removed. They are not present in our data set, right? And that removed column step is recorded here. Okay. Now, if I just want to get those back, I'll just click on this cross button. Okay. Now you'll observe that those two columns are back into our data set. This is how we remove multiple columns. Now, for example, we have 100 columns in our data set. Like I said earlier, for example, we have 100 columns in our data set and we only use 5 to 10 columns. Now, how to remove all of the other 90 to 95 columns? We have to just go and select each of those 90 columns and click on remove? No, no. We will just select what are the important columns. Like I said, we only need 5 columns, for example, in our data set. I'll just select all those 5 columns only which are important. Right click on it and click on this other option that is remove other columns. This option here removes all the other columns which are not selected, right? If you observe, as soon as I click on this remove other columns option, all the other columns apart from the 5 columns that I've selected are removed now. And that step is recorded here. Understood how to remove multiple columns at the same time which are not important, right? Now, I'll just click on this cross button to get back all those rows or all those columns back into my data. All right. So the first step is done. That is removing single or multiple unimportant columns is done. Next is data types. Okay. For example, like I said earlier, we have a date column in our data set, that is order date. Okay. Now this, if you observe this icon here beside this column header, it's a calendar symbol, correct? Calendar symbol represents that the column is in date data type. Okay. As soon as I click on this column, this icon of calendar, I'll get to see all the other data formats, all the other data types that are present in the Power BI, right? If I just click on some other data type apart from calendar symbol, okay, I'll just click on whole number, for example. It is asking for change column type. Yes, I want to change. Okay. Now you'll observe that the date column is now changed to numeric column, that is whole number column. If you observe previously there was a calendar symbol here, calendar icon here. Now you will get to see 1, 2, 3. That means we have just converted date column into whole number data type. Okay. Now if I just want to get that back, I'll just click on date. Okay. I'll click on replace current. Now the date column is back into its original data type. Now let's take another example. For example, we have sales column here, which consists of decimal numbers, correct? Here you will be able to see 149.9900, triple 0055. If I just want to convert this decimal points into whole number data type, 1.2 here represents that this column is a decimal data type. I'll just go and click on this 1.2. You will get to see all the list of other data types present in Power BI. From the list, I'll just select whole number. It is asking to change column type and replace current, add new step. Okay, replace current, that means, okay, Power BI by default, uh, analyze all the data that's present, all the columns that's present, and align each of these columns with a particular data type. Okay, that is nothing but third step. First step is source. That is from Excel workbook, we have sourced the data. Okay. Second step is navigation. Navigation is nothing but we have seen this, right? We had two options, that is load data and transform data. From that navigation window, we have just clicked on transform data. That's why we have come to Power Query. All right. That was the second step. And the third step is change type. This will be present by default because Power BI is uh, analyzing all the data that's present and aligning each of those columns with a proper data type format. That is the third step. And here when I'm trying to change this decimal data type to numeric data type, that is whole number data type, it is asking whether to replace this current step or add a new step. Okay, if I just click on this replace current step, that means the step that I'm doing will be present in the third step itself. This will not be recorded as a new step. Okay, if I just click on this add new step, you'll observe that the fourth step is now recorded here, that is changing the data type. Previously, the sales column here was in decimal format. Now, if you observe, this has changed to whole number data type. Okay, all right. I'll just change this back to decimal data type. Okay, this is how we play with data types and assign each of our column with a proper data format. Okay, I'll just remove this step from here. All right. So that is nothing but data types. Majorly, we will play with text data type, whole number data type, and date data type, right? These three are the most important and common data types that we use. Okay. Next method is removing duplicate rows. Okay. For example, if we just check this first column, that is row ID, it contains some duplicates, correct? If you observe this fifth row, that is C underscore 58644 underscore 5 is repeated twice, correct? That means our data set contains duplicate values. And if you just observe this 7 also, 8th record and 9th record are same. These are also duplicate values. If you just go down, 12th record is also repeated twice. Okay. Now how to remove these duplicates? We cannot have duplicates in the primary key column. Now what exactly is primary key? Primary key is nothing but a unique identifier for a record in the database table. Okay, I'll just repeat what is a primary key. Primary key is a unique identifier for a record in the database. It ensures that each row in the table is uniquely identified and prevent duplicates. Okay, understood what exactly is primary key? Now, always remember that duplicate rows cannot be present in the primary key, which is the unique identifier for each record. For all the other columns, we might have duplicates that is normal. Okay. For example, sales column itself, 800 is repeated so many number of times. Those are nothing but duplicates. But say in sales column, we can have duplicates. That is not the primary key. Sales column is not the primary key, right? But here for this data set, row ID column is the primary key because this is the unique identifier for our data set. All right. How to remove these duplicates from this primary key column? I'll just go to remove rows option present here and I'll just click on remove duplicates. As of now, there are duplicates. 5 number is repeated twice, 7 number is repeated twice, and 12 number is also repeated twice. Like this, we might have many number of duplicates. If I just go to remove rows and click on remove duplicates, you'll observe that a step is recorded here that is remove duplicates and all the duplicates are removed from the primary key column. Okay, 5 was repeating twice. Now there is only one record for the 5th row ID, correct? Right. So that is how we remove duplicate rows. Okay. But just one thing to remember here is we cannot have duplicate rows in primary key column. Primary key is nothing but the unique identifier. Okay. For all the other columns, we might contain duplicates. Like for example, order date. This might contain duplicates because on the same day itself, there might be many orders, right? So that is how we play with removing duplicate rows. Okay. The next method is splitting columns. Okay. For example, in our data set, we have, okay. First, we'll talk about merging cells, merging columns. After that, we'll split the same column. So we have customer first name and customer last name. I'll just go and select these two columns, right click on them and click on this merge columns option. Okay. Merge columns. As soon as I click on it, this shows a small pop-up window where it says merge columns. Choose how do you want to merge these selected columns. That means what should be the separator between these two columns. Okay. From this list of options in the separator, I'll just select, for example, semicolon. Okay. This is not the appropriate thing to select here, but just to make you understand, I'm just selecting semicolon and it is again asking for new column name. Let me rename it as customer full name. Okay. The separator now is semicolon and the column header will be customer full name. I'll just click on OK. You'll observe that a new column is created that is named as customer full name, which consists of customer first name and the customer last name, which is separated with semicolon. Okay. If you observe here, the first name and the last name is separated with semicolon. That is what we have given, right? I'll just go back. I'll just remove this merge cell and select these two columns again. Right click, go to merge columns. Now I'll just select separator as space, for example. Okay. New column name, full name. Okay. I'll just click on OK. Now you'll observe that the first name and the last name is now merged with space as a delimiter, space as a separator between those two. Okay. That is nothing but merging columns. Okay. Now we'll talk about splitting columns. All right. We have this full name. Okay. If we just want to split this full name into first name and last name, how do we do that? I'll just select this column, go to split column option that's present here. I'll just click on it. Now split by delimiter. We can split this column by delimiter, number of columns, by positions, by lowercase to uppercase, uppercase to lowercase, and all the options that's present here. Now my requirement is to split this column by using a delimiter. Delimiter and separator both are same, right? Now we'll just have to select the delimiter from here. That is nothing but space, and it is asking for split at. Okay. By default, it will be selected as each occurrence of the delimiter. That means, for example, in our full name column, we have first name, middle name, and last name. There will be having two spaces in between those three names, right? First name, space, middle name, space, and last name, correct? Now, if we just select this third option, that is each occurrence of the delimiter, that will split that column into three separate columns. That is first name, middle name, and last name. Okay. If we just go and select this first option, that is leftmost delimiter, that means we are just splitting this column where there is leftmost delimiter occurrence. Okay. That means wherever there is first space, we are just splitting this column. Okay. And likewise, we have rightmost delimiter. That means wherever there is last delimiter, which is nothing but space. Wherever there is last space, from there the column will be splitted. Okay. Now I'll just select this third option, that is each occurrence of the delimiter, and just click on OK. What are these advanced options? We'll see that later. I'll just click on OK. Now you'll observe that two columns has been created. That is full name 1 and full name 2. Okay. Now previously we had full name column, correct? Now that column has been splitted into two, first name and the last name. Okay, we didn't like this column headers. All right, how to change this column headers? That is the last basic cleaning methods that we wanted to see for this video. How to rename these columns? I'll just double click on the column header. Okay, then once you double click on it, you'll be able to edit it. You'll be able to rename it. For example, this is the last name column. I'll just type it as last name. And this column, I'll just write it as first name. Okay. Now this is how we change the column header. Okay. Understood? So these are some of the basic data cleaning methods in Power Query. All right. So that's it for this video. We will meet again. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep, and I'm going to teach you data analytics. Our topic for today is data modeling using Power BI. All right. So let's understand what exactly is data modeling first, and then we'll go to Power BI, import a sample data set, and see how data modeling is done. All right. So first thing first, what exactly is data modeling? Data modeling is the process of building relationship between the tables. Now, what exactly are these relationships? We will talk about that in a bit. Okay. The process of building relationships between the tables is nothing but data modeling. Now, for example, whenever you are working on a project, you will have to import multiple tables, at least more than one table, right? Because in any business or in any company, all the information related to that company will not be stored in a single table, right? The information will be divided and will be stored in multiple tables. All right. So whenever we import multiple tables into Power BI, there should be a proper connection between them. There should be some relationship between them for proceeding with the data analysis and give accurate results, right? Now, if there is no connection between them, we will not be able to even filter things, which is the basic thing that we need to do, right? We will not be able to filter things also without a proper relationship between the tables. Now, let's take an example and understand this in a bit better way. For example, we have four tables. Okay, let's name this table as shipments. This is product. This is salesperson, and this is location. All right. All these products will have different information. For example, product table will have all the details about what exactly is the product. Salesperson table will consist of who is the salesperson, exact name of the salesperson, or some other details of the salespersons, right? Same with the location. All the details about location will be found in this location table. Now, shipments table consists of all the data, but not in the direct format. Okay, for example, we have a column in the shipment table that is PID, for example, where the values are P1, P2, P3, and so on. Okay, P1 is representing some product, P2 is also representing some product, P3 is also representing some product. But what exactly is P1? What exactly is P2? What exactly is P3? Those details will not be available in the shipments table here. Okay, here in the product table, you'll get to find those details. Here also you'll have the same column PID, P1, P2, P3. Along with this, we will have another column with the exact name of the product. P1, let's say, for example, this P1 represents chocolates. P1 represents shoes. P3 represents shirts, right? All these product names cannot be seen in this shipment table, right? Same with the salesperson. Here, if we have another column that is salesperson's ID, SPID is nothing but salesperson's ID. Here we'll have values S1, S2, S3, and so on. Here in the salesperson table, we will have same column SPID, S1, S2, S3, and so on. Along with this, we will have some other details of the salesperson, right? For example, S1 is representing John, S2 is representing Alice, and so on, right? My point here is in the shipment table, we will get to see all the details, but not in the direct format. This contains some pointers. This contains some codes where the exact information can be seen in the all other tables. Okay. Now this kind of table where there are all the details, but not in the direct format is called fact table or the master table basically. Okay, what is fact table? A table that contains all the information, but not in the direct format. Okay, now all the other tables which represents a particular dimension of the data. For example, this product table represent the product dimension of the data, right? This table, a salesperson table, is representing salesperson's dimension of the data. That means all the details about products will be stored in the product table. All the details about salesperson will be stored in SPID, salesperson table, and all the details about locations will be stored in locations table, right? Because each of this table is representing one dimension of the data, these are called dimension tables. Okay, these are called dimension table because this first table is representing product dimension of the data. This is representing salesperson dimension of the data. All right, next, one more point to remember here is all the dimension tables will not contain numerical measures. That means sales of this product, right? Profit from this product, quantity of this product. Those details cannot be seen in the dimension tables. Those details will only be available in the fact table. Okay. For example, numerical measures like sales, profit, or quantity, or it might be discount or whatever it is. Okay. My point here is all these numerical measures of the data will only be seen in the fact table, not in the dimension tables. Okay. Now that we have all the tables, we will have to build some relationship between them. We will have to build some connection between them. Okay. One more point to remember here is fact table will consist of millions of rows, millions of entries for each of the product or for each of the salesperson or for each of the location, right? But all the dimension tables will have limited rows, limited entries. For example, in our data, we have 25 salespersons. Okay. So in our salesperson table, we will only have 25 entries, which each entry represents each salesperson. Okay. But the thing is different with the fact table. Fact table can consist of millions and millions of entries for salespersons because each salesperson can do many orders, many shipments, right? Each salesperson can do n number of sales. That's the reason why this fact table consists of millions and billions of rows, right? Now, fact table is otherwise called as long and narrow table. Long and narrow table. Because, like I said earlier, this contains millions and billions of rows. That's why it is long. And this fact table consists of limited columns, right? Limited columns. That's why it is called narrow table. Okay. But in the dimension tables, the rows are limited, but the number of columns can be unlimited. Okay. That's why all these dimension tables are called short and fat table. Fat because it consists of unlimited number of columns. More number of columns, more bulky it looks, more bulky our table looks, right? That's why it is called short and fat table. This is called narrow and long table, right? Now, we need to build some connection between them. Like I said earlier, this consists of millions and billions of rows representing each of the product or each of the salesperson, each of the location. Correct? Now, because this contains multiple entries for each of these dimensions, this is many. All right. Remember this word many. And because all of these dimension tables will consist of single entry for each of the dimension, this will be represented by 1. And the relationship between the fact table and the dimension table is many to 1. Okay. I'll just repeat that. In the fact table, we will contain many entries for each product because each product can be sold n number of times. Okay. In location table, because each location will be served with n number of orders, n number of shipments, right? That's why this fact table is many, and all these dimension tables are 1. And the relationship is called many to 1. Okay. Many to 1 relationship. Now, if this fact table consists of many rows related to single product, and this product table also consists of many rows for single product, now that relationship will be many to many. Okay. Understood what exactly is many to many, 1 to many, and uh, many to 1 and 1 to 1. Nothing but simply based on the number of rows for each products, for example, right? The relationship will be named. Okay. Now let's go to Power BI and see how data modeling is done in Power BI. Okay. All right. This is the Power BI. I'll just import a sample data set. Let's pick this up. Okay. To see what are the relationships between the tables, we need to go for this model view. All right. I'll just import all these tables here. That is calendar table, location table, people table, product, and shipments. I'll just directly load them. Once you click on load, you will get to see all those tables in the data pane here. Okay. The table name and all the columns inside the table. Okay. All right. Just give it a second. Once the data is loaded, we will go to model view and check uh, all the details about data modeling. Okay. If you observe here, it is written creating connection in model. That means Power BI is capable enough to create connections between the tables, create relationships between the tables. If Power BI misses something, right, we will have to do that manually. Okay. All right. So just wait for this. Detecting relationships and all the data is loaded. Once it's loaded, you'll be able to see the tables here in the data pane. Let's see. Okay, if you observe in the data pane here, you'll get to see all the 5 tables that we have imported. Let's go to model view and check what exactly did Power BI do. Okay, if you observe, there are 5 tables that we have imported: shipments, people, location, products, and calendar. If you observe, all the tables are connected here except for one table. This is calendar. Why? Because there is no common column header, right? If you observe all the other tables, right, there is person ID. Here also there is person ID, right? Here there is product ID. Here also you will find the product ID. Here location ID, and here also you will find the location ID. Okay, that's why they are connected already. But here, if you observe, there is no column that is common in the calendar table and shipments table. That's why these two tables are not connected automatically, right? Here, if you observe, in shipments table, the date is represented with the column header ship date, right? But in the calendar table, the date is represented with calendar date, that is cal date. If we just have to create some connection between these two, I'll just drag and drop this ship date onto calendar date. Okay. Just drag and drop it exactly on the similar column, right? Now this will open a new window where it will ask for create a new relationship from which table to which table, right? And if you observe in the shipment table, the dates are automatically selected. I mean, the column is automatically selected. Same with the calendar date, that is ship date to cal date. Here, if you observe below, we have another option, that is cardinality. Cardinality is nothing but the what kind of relationship it is. If I just click on this drop down, you'll get to see all the relationships, that is many to one, one to many, and many to many, right? I'll just click on save here. Now, if you observe, a relationship is built between the calendar table and the shipments table, right? Here, shipments table is the fact table and all the other tables are dimension tables, right? Now, this is how we build relationships. This is one way of building relationships. There is another method how to build relationships. If you observe, there is a small option here, manage relationships, right? If you just click on this, you'll get to see what are all the relationships that already present in our tables. Okay. For example, the first entry, this says shipment 7 location ID, that is connected to locations 10 location ID. This thing you see inside this bracket, location ID and location ID, these are the common columns in both the tables. Okay. Now, if you want to build a relationship where there are, for example, 50 tables in this single view, you'll not be able to see all the 50 tables, right? That's when it becomes a bit difficult to build the relationships. That's when we use this option, manage relationships. Now here there is another option, that is new relationships. If you just click on that, then you will be redirected to this window and you will get to see all the table names here and build some relationships. Okay. This is another way of building relationships between the tables. If you observe on the right side in the data pane, you'll have tables and model option. Model is nothing but in each of these tables, what kind of relationship it is. We can see about that. Okay. Now, this is how we build relationships. Now, let's see how this works. Okay. For example, let us delete this relationship between the calendar and the shipment table. Okay. Now, if I just go to report view, insert a small column chart, all right, or a line chart. Okay, because this line chart is the better representation when we work with dates column. Okay, to show trends, right? So from calendar table, I'll just select calendar date, and from shipments table, I'll just select amount. Okay, this should give us a line chart where on the x-axis we will have date and on the y-axis we will have sum of amounts. Let's just wait. All right. So if you observe, a line chart has been done. Now I'll just delete this year from here. Okay. Now this is a flat line. Why? Because there is no proper connection between these two tables. Okay. Once we create some connection here and click on save, as soon as we have built a connection and go to report view, now you will be seeing the trend of the amount based on the date. Previously, it was only single line because there was no relationship between the tables. Power BI is not able to filter things. Okay. Now there is a relationship. That's why we can see a line or a trend of line where we can see the amounts. It differs for each quarter. Okay. I'll just remove this cal date once and redrag this cal date again onto x-axis. You'll be able to see the hierarchy, that is year, quarter, month, and day. Okay. Now I'll just go back to the model view and delete this relationship once again. Okay. The relationship is deleted. We'll just go to report view. You'll see that automatically the trend line is now changed to a single line, right? That is nothing but average amount across all the dates. Okay. Understood what is data modeling and how this works in Power BI? If there is no proper relationship between the tables, you'll not be able to find the accurate results. Okay. So that's what data modeling is all about. Okay. That's it for this video. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep and I am going to teach you data analytics. Our topic for today in the Power BI series is basic visuals in Power BI. There are five basic visuals in Power BI, that is column chart, line chart, bar chart, pie chart, and card visual. Data visualization is the key to understanding data or identifying patterns or to make informed and accurate decisions, right? Power BI offers a varieties of chart types, but these five are the basic charts and these five are the most commonly used charts across the world. Okay, so let's go to Power BI and understand each of these charts in detail. All right, so this is the Power BI interface and we have a data, that is data table, and all of these are nothing but the columns inside this data table. All right. So let us insert a column chart first. All right. Here, if you observe, this is the model of column chart, how column chart exactly looks like. Okay. Now, first thing, why exactly do we use column chart? What is a column chart? Okay. Column chart is used to compare different categories using vertical bars. If you observe here, these all are nothing but vertical bars, otherwise called as columns. Okay. Now, like I said earlier, a column chart is used to compare different categories using vertical bars. The height of each of these bars represents the value of that category. Okay. It is best for showing comparison between categories or tracking trends over time. All right. For example, this is the model column chart. I just want to see category wise sales. I'll just go and check these two boxes. As soon as I do it, you'll get to see a column chart is formed here. That is nothing but in x-axis, we have category, and in y-axis, we have sum of sales. Okay. By default, Power BI calculates some aggregate function. Okay. If we just want to see average sales across all these categories, all right, how to do that? I'll just go to y-axis here, sum of sales, click on this simple and small drop down here. Okay. From here, you will get to see all the other aggregate functions also. Aggregate functions are nothing but sum, average, minimum, maximum, count, and others that are visible here, right? Now, my requirement is to show average sales across these categories. If you observe the category, I mean there is a small change in the chart. Previously, it was showing sum of sales. Now, as soon as we click on average, it is showing average of sales, right? If we just hover over these columns, you will get to see category name and the value of average of sales. Okay. For example, this office supplies. If I just hover over it, you will get to see that this vertical bar is office supplies category and the value is 255637.68. All right. Understood? Now, I'll just move this back to sum. Okay. Here, if you observe, Power BI by default sort these values in the descending order. That means highest to lowest, right? Now, if you just want to change this to ascending order, that is from lowest value to highest value, how to do that? There is one option on the chat. That is, if you just click on this three dots here, you'll get to see sort axis option. Okay, like I said, by default, descending order will be sorted. If I just want to have ascending order, I'll just go and click on this sort ascending. Now you'll see that the values across all the categories, I mean, sum of sales across all these categories are now sorted in ascending order. Okay, how to see the value? If you just hover over it, you'll get to see the value. Now my requirement is to show this sum of sales number on top of this each of this vertical bar. Okay. Now, if we want to see the number, we have to hover over it, right? Now, I don't want it like that. I want the number to be visible on top of each vertical bar. How to do that? To do that, we have another option, that is format your visual. If I just click on this and scroll down, you'll get to see an option that is data labels. Okay. If we just switch this on, you'll get to see the values on top of the vertical bars. That is, for example, technology has sum of sales of 0.47 billion. Billion is nothing but billions. Okay. By default, Power BI will display the units based on the value that's present. Okay, here the value is a bit higher. That's why it is showing in the billions units. Now, if we just want to show this units in millions or thousands, how do we do that? Okay, inside this format your visual, inside this same data labels, if I click on this drop down and scroll a bit downwards, you'll get to see the values option here. Okay, if I just click on this and scroll a little bit down, you'll get to see display units option. Okay. By default, like I said, auto. Auto is nothing but based on the number. If the number is higher, it'll display the units in the higher value, that is in billions or millions or thousands, whatever it is, based on the value. Now, if you just want to change the units, I'll just click on this drop down and I'll click on, for example, millions. You'll observe that previously the value was 0.46 billion. Now it is 466 M. M is nothing but millions. Okay. Understood how to change the units. If I just want to show the same value in thousands, I'll just go and click on thousands. You'll see that now it is changed to 466,333K. All right. That is how we change the data labels units. Okay. Now, how to change the color? By default, Power BI gives us blue color, not only for this chart, for all the other charts. If we are trying to show single, one dimensional value, Power BI shows in blue color. If we just want to have this particular office supplies category in orange color, for example, or any other color it might be, how to do that? I'll just go to same format your visual and find the columns option here. Okay. In columns, if you just scroll down, apply settings to categories. Okay. If we just select all here and change the color to orange, you'll find that all the blue color categories are now changed to orange color, right? Now, if I just want to change only office supplies color, how do I do that? I'll just select office supplies from this drop down and change it to some other color, for example, purple. Okay. Understood how to change the colors like this? You can change all the vertical bar colors or a particular single vertical bar color. Okay. All right. Now, this is about the column chart. There are some other options also. If you just want to remove grid lines here, if you observe on the chart, you'll see some horizontal grid lines. If you just want to remove that, I'll just switch off this horizontal option. You'll see that the chart now is plain with no grid lines. Okay, understood? Now, if okay, here now there are three categories, right? Technology, furniture, and office supplies. Now I just want to compare any two of these categories. Okay, for example, furniture and office supplies. I don't want to see this technology option here, technology column here, right? How do I do that? I'll just select these two columns with the help of control button on your keyboard and right click and click on this include option. Okay. As soon as I click on it, you'll observe that the chart is now changed with only two options visible here, which I've just selected, right? We have just ignored the technology category and included only furniture and office supplies. Understood? Yes? Okay. Now, that is how we do comparison between two or more categories, whatever it is. All right. I have just clicked Control plus Z to come back, to go back one step. Okay. Now, that is about column chart. Our next chart here is line chart. Okay. This is a bit interesting. So stay focused. I'll just rename this sheet as column chart. Okay. Next is line chart. All right. So why do we exactly use line chart? Line chart is used to show the trend of values. For example, if we just want to see region wise or date wise, we'll try to analyze this date wise sales. That means how sales are uh, performing based on the date. All right, I'll just insert a sample line chart here. This is how a line chart looks like. Okay. Now, I will just go and click on this order date and sales, or let's take profit this time. Okay, you'll observe that in our table, in our date range, we have dates from 2015 till 2018. Okay, now as soon as we drag profit into x-axis, this is calculating sum of profit. Now, if you just want to change this to average of profit, you will get to see the change on the line chart. Okay, now here by default, if I just go to table view and see the order date table, sorry, order date column. Where is that order date? Okay, here it is. Order date, we have the complete date, right? For example, 18th September 2017. Here we can also see Monday, that this date is Monday, right? Now, as soon as we drag this date column, order date column into x-axis, it forms a hierarchy. That is, it automatically divides into year first, after that quarter, after that month, after that day, right? There is one beautiful option in Power BI, that is drill down. Drill down. That means the second arrow, if you observe here, that is pointing towards downwards. All right. This is drill down option. By default, it will be switched off. If I just enable this by clicking on the downward arrow, that is second option. Okay. This will be enabled. If by default, now it is showing year-wise sales, year-wise profits, right? If I just have to go to the next level in the hierarchy, that is to show quarter-wise sales, quarter-wise profit. All right. I'll just enable this drill down option and click on this third option, that is go to the next level in the hierarchy. All right. As soon as I click on this, you'll get to see quarter-wise sales. Okay. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. Second quarter here, it is showing average of profit, that is 25494.30. The value is this much. But for which year this second quarter is representing, right? Whether it is 2015, 2016, 2017, or 2018. For which year is this quarter two is representing, right? Okay, we'll just drill up once again to show the number of years, right? We have 4 years. As soon as we click down, go to the next level in the hierarchy, this is calculating quarter wise. That means each of this quarter represents all the 4 years. Okay, that means quarter one value here, 25954.30. This is the cumulative average of profit across all the years. That means 2015 quarter one plus 2016 quarter one plus 2017 quarter one plus 2018 quarter one divided by 4, because we have 4 years, right? This is the value of cumulative of all the years that are present. Same with the quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4 also. Understood? If we just want to go to the next level in the hierarchy, that is to show monthly sales, monthly profits, I'll just click on this, go to the next level in the hierarchy option. Now I'll get month wise, January, February, March till December. Now each of this value represent the cumulative value of all the years. That is February here, the value is 26437.43. That means 2015 February, 2016 February, 2017 February, and 2018 February. Average of all these 4 years for February month, the value is here. Understood? Same with every month. Now, if we go to the next level, this is showing the cumulative numbers, correct? Now, how to see, for example, I'll just go to the first level in the hierarchy, that is years. Now, how to see in 2016, what is the breakdown of quarters. What are the values when we break down into quarters? What are the values when we break down into months, right? How to see that? I will just switch off this drill down option. That is, uh, do not enable it. By default, it will be disabled, right? If we just go and click on this point of 2016, right? Or if we just expand this, you'll get to see quarter wise. That is the fourth option. Basically, if you just double click on this, you should be able to see the numbers of 2016 only like this. Enable this drill down option and click on the year that we want to drill down. For example, okay, this is by default, right? By default, this will be switched off. I'll enable this first. And if we just click on this next level in the hierarchy, it will show the cumulative values, right? Now I don't want it like that. I just want to see what are the numbers for all the quarters in 2016 year, right? For that, I'll just enable this drill down option and double click on this 2016. Okay. This shows quarter wise quarter wise profits in 2016 year only. Okay. Understood? That is from January to March, March to May, May to July, July to September, September to November, whatever it is. Okay. Got the point? Right. So that is how we drill down for each of these years or for each of the quarters or for each of the months. Okay. Now that is about the line chart. Basically, line chart is used to show the trend of any numerical measure. That might be sales, profit, quantity, or discounts, whatever it is. Okay. Next, we'll talk about bar chart. Bar chart is similar to column chart. In column chart, we'll show the columns in vertical bars. Now in bar chart, we'll show the same bars in the horizontal format. I'll just show you. I'll just name this tab as bar chart and insert a model bar chart here. Okay. This is how a simple bar chart looks like. I'll just drag and drop subcategory and sales for all the subcategories. Okay. Now you'll observe that there are how many? There are around 15 subcategories we have, right? And all these bars show the value for all these, the sales value for all these subcategories. If you just hover over this, you'll get to see the sum of sales value. That is, for example, for art, the sum of sales is 196834174. Okay. If you just want to show the data labels again, I'll just go to format your visual and click on this. Switch on this data label option. You'll get to see the numbers here on the right side of each of these horizontal bars. Okay. If you just want to change the units again, I'll just go to data labels and inside this, I'll just select value. Just scroll down, you'll get to see the display units. You can change this as per our requirement. Okay. Now that is bar chart. There is one more point here. If we just show, if we just want to show the top 5 values of this sum of sales across subcategories, top 5 subcategories when compared with the sales. Okay, how to do that? I'll just expand this filters pane and drag sales on the data field, add data field here. Okay, now, sorry, not sales. I'll just drag and drop subcategory into filters pane here. If you observe, the basic filter type is basic filtering. I'll just select top N from this drop down and show items top 5, for example, by value, by what we want to show the top 5 categories, right? By sales value. I'll just drag and drop sales column into by value here and click on apply filter. You'll get to see only the top 5 subcategories with highest sales, right? This is how we filter the top 5 or top 10 or top 3, whatever it is. Okay. Bar chart is similar to column chart, just in a different visualization. Okay. Now, next we will talk about pie chart. Okay. I'll just insert one more sheet. Pie chart is used when there are only limited number of categories in a column. For example, in region column, we'll have 4 regions, that is north, east, south, west, for example. There are only 4 values in the region column. But for example, in the same region column, let's take it as a country. We have 30 to 40 countries, right? We cannot show those number of values on a pie chart, because if I just insert a pie chart, you'll get to see a circle is formed, right? And all these are nothing but the divisions in the pie chart. Divisions, basically this is a 360 degrees circle, right? Circle is of 360 degrees. Now, as soon as we drag values into this values option here, you will get to see this 360 degrees circle is divided into some pieces, right? Based on the values, this circle will be divided. I'll just show you. Legend, I'll drag and drop, for example, subcategory, where we have around 15, right? And in the values, I'll just drag and drop profit. Okay. Now, if you observe, there are 15 pieces this circle is divided into, and each of these colors represent each of the subcategory, right? There are 15 subcategories. It looks a bit clumsy. It looks a bit messy. We cannot, I mean, we are not able to understand all of these 15 values on the single pie chart. It is a bit difficult to analyze this, right? So the best practice for the pie chart is we need to use a column where there are limited number of categories. For example, region. I'll just remove this subcategory and drag and drop this region here, where I have east, west, central, and south, right? Now things will be clearly understood, correct? That is basically the pie chart. Only thing to remember here is the best practice. That is nothing but on the pie chart, use the column with only limited number of values. That is around approximately 5. We can take that. That is easy to read, right? Now, that is about the pie chart. And last thing we want to see is the card visual. Okay. Here itself, I'll just decrease this size and rename this as pie chart and card visual. Okay. Now, what exactly is a card visual? Card visual is nothing but that is used to show the single value. For example, I'll just insert a card here. Okay. It is asking for fields that you want to show on the card, right? I'll just drag sales here or profit, numerical column, profit. This by default calculates sum of profit and display the number here. Okay. Display the sum of profit here. If you just want to change this to average, minimum, or whatever it is, we can do that. So basically the card is to show single dimension of the value, whether it might be numerical value or it might be some text value. For example, region, I'll just remove this profit and drag and drop region here. Central region. That means by default, this is showing first region. First region in our complete data table. Okay. If I just want to count, okay, how many number of regions do we have in our table? That is showing 9,800. That means it is counting each and every row in our table where there is a region mentioned, whether it might be west, east, south, or central. Okay. Now, if you just want to show how many distinct regions are present, that means I'll just go here, click on this drop down and select count distinct. Distinct is nothing but 4, because we only have 4 regions, right? When we press count here, that includes duplicates also, right? When we select count distinct, that will not include duplicate values. That will show only unique values here. That means four regions. The count of regions are four. All right. Now we'll put this sales column, that is 3 billion. Okay. Same like we have changed the um, here the units, we can also change it. All right. If we just want to add the title, we can do that. If we just want to add some effects or background color or shadow to this card visual, we can also do that from here. Okay. Now that is about the 5 basic charts in Power BI. One more thing here, I'll just show you. For example, we are going to discuss one more visual, that is slicer. Okay. I'll just cut this pie chart from here and come to this line chart, for example, and insert that pie chart here. Let me just resize this. Okay. Insert the pie chart here. If you observe, there are two charts, right? And Power BI by default internally creates some connection between these two charts. Not only two charts, what might be the number of charts that are present inside this sheet, Power BI automatically creates some connection between them. That means if we just want to filter or see this average of profit for West region, right? We don't have West region filtered in this line chart. We have region in the separate pie chart, correct? As soon as I click on this West region, that is purple color, you'll get to see that line chart is also changed. That means the values now at present on the line chart shows only West region 2015, 16, 17 and 18 years average of profit. That means these charts or visuals, whatever we create, are internally connected, right? If we just want to filter central region, I'll just go and click on this central blue color, right? You'll see that change in the line chart also. Or if I just want to see the 2017 numbers, rather than seeing whole numbers, whole average of profit across regions, I'll just go and click on this 2017. You'll observe that the line chart has been changed and also pie chart has been changed. Understood how to change these values or how to filter these values based on our requirement. Okay, that is nothing but filtering or slicing, we can say. There is one more visual that is separately based on filtering or slicing, that is slicer. If I just insert this slicer, okay, a slicer is inserted. Now here on this slicer, I'll just drag and drop, for example, ship mode, okay, into the fields column. I'll just check this box. You'll find there are 4 types of shipment modes. That is first class, same day shipment mode, second class, and standard class. Correct? Now, this, if I just want to see in both visuals, what is the ship mode and what is the profit generated by the ship mode for first class, I'll just go to the slicer and check this first class box. Okay, you'll get to see there are changes in the line chart and also in the pie chart. Okay, here my only point is whatever number of charts that we create on a sheet, those are already internally connected. If we filter on one chart, all the other charts will also be filtered. Okay, we will discuss all the other charts in detail later, but that is it for this video. Okay, we have seen column chart, line chart, bar chart, pie chart, card visual, and slicer also. You can explore the formatting options for each of these charts individually. All right. So that's it for this video. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep and I am going to teach you data analytics. In this video, we will talk about
some basic DAX functions. All right. When I say basic DAX functions, that means some of the aggregate functions. Okay. Now, what are these aggregate functions? Nothing but sum, average, count, count rows, minimum, maximum, and after that, we'll talk about if condition. Okay. Now, first question is what exactly is DAX? Okay. DAX is nothing but data, analysis, expressions. Expressions are nothing but some of the formulas or built-in functions. Okay. So we'll try to explore some of this. Let's go to Power BI. Now, we don't have any data, right? I'll use this sample data set. I'll click on load sample data. Now, why do we use DAX in Power BI when all the aggregate functions are already available in visualizations? Okay, we all know that Power BI provides built-in aggregation functions like sum, average, count, minimum, maximum directly in visualizations without writing any DAX functions, correct? However, DAX is required when you need advanced, dynamic, or customized calculations that go beyond basic aggregations. All right. So I'll just import this financials data set and directly click on load because we don't want to do any data cleaning or data transformations. Okay. So let the data get loaded. All right. Loading. We'll just wait for a second here. Okay. 700 rows loaded. Now you'll be able to see that table here in the data pane and all the columns that are available. All right. So here it is. That is financials table and all of these are columns. Okay. Now if you, whenever you see this summation symbol here beside any column, that means it's a numeric column. Okay. The values in that column are numbers. All right. So first DAX. How do we actually write a DAX? We have an option called new measure here, right? If you just hover over it, you'll see write a DAX expression that calculates a value from your data. All right. I'll just click on this. This will open a small formula bar, same like in Excel. In this formula bar, first we'll talk about sum. Okay. Sum function adds up all the values in a numeric column. For example, if we have a sales column, right? I want to calculate sum of sales for all the countries. Okay. How to do that? I'll just write it as sum of sales equal to, I'll use this sum function. Okay. Now the syntax is sum and we just directly give the column name here. Okay. Now what is the column name? From financial tables, I'll just select sales column. Okay. Close the bracket, press enter. You'll see that this sum of sales measure, whatever we have created, is added into our table. Okay. Now I'll just insert a card here and just drag and drop the sum of sales into fields. You'll see that this card displays the sum of sales, right? 118.73. That is the total sales. Now we want to see what are the sum of sales for each of the country, right? I'll just insert a table for that and I'll select country column and the new measure that we have created, sum of sales. This will break down the sum of sales for each of the country. I hope you can see this, or let me just increase the values size. I'll just go to view, click on this customize current theme text and increase the size to 15, for example. Okay. I'll just apply here. Now you will be able to see the numbers clearly. All right. So this is how we calculate sum of any numeric column. And that is the sum function. Now Same like sum, if I want to calculate average, okay, I'll just go and click on this new measure. I want to calculate what is the average of profit for each of the products. Okay, I'll just write it as average profit is equal to, I'll use average keyword here. Okay, and from financial table, I'll just select profit column now. Okay, because I want to calculate average profits for each of the products. Okay, I'll close this, click enter. You'll see that average profit measure is now added to our table here. Okay, now I'll just insert one more table. I will select product column and our newly created measure, that is average profit. Now this will break down the total profit, I mean average profit product wise. We have how many? 6 products, right? Now on an average for this first products, Amarilla, the average profit is 29937.28. Okay, that's how we calculate average of any numeric column. Okay, next comes our minimum and maximum. Okay, for that I'll just create a new measure again. I'll just write it as minimum of, for example, units sold now. Units sold. Okay, this minimum function that I'm using here calculates or go to a particular numeric column and calculate what is the minimum number, what is the minimum value from that column. Okay, I'll just use minimum, and from financial table, I'll just select units sold, because I want to calculate or I want to show what is the minimum number of units sold per product. Okay, minimum, and just we have to just select the column that we want to show. I'll just click enter here. And for the same table that we have created here for the product and average profit, I'll just add this newly created measure, that is minimum of units sold. Okay. As soon as I click on this, you'll find that a new column is added, that is for minimum of units sold for each of this product. That means for Amarilla, the minimum units sold is 259. All right. Same like this, I'll just click on new measure and now calculate maximum units sold. Maximum units sold is equal to, now I'll just write it as max. Max is the keyword to calculate maximum number. And from this financials table, I'll just select units sold column. Okay, close the bracket, press enter. Now you'll see that maximum units sold measure is added to our table. I mean, right? As soon as I check this box, new column is added that shows maximum units sold for each of the product. Okay. Now if you observe, okay, let us show the same on the card, then it will be very clear. I'll just drag minimum of units sold here. Now this shows 200. That means if we go and check in the table view and in units sold column, the minimum number here should be 200. If I just click on this drop down, you'll be able to see that all these units sold numbers are already sorted in ascending order. That means first value will be the minimum value, that is 200. Okay. If we just see here, this also shows, I mean, whatever calculations that we have done, this also shows 200. That means 200 is the minimum value in the unit sold column. Same like this, if I just remove this minimum and just select this maximum unit sold, that shows 4.49K, 4,490K, I mean 90. All right. If we just check this unit sold column, the maximum value in this column is 4492.5. That is nothing but 4.4K, right? That is the same result that we have got. And this is how we calculate minimum and maximum numbers from a column. Okay. Next we'll see count. Okay. I want to count how many number of transactions are there for each of the products sold. We have 6 products, right? For each of these 6 products, how many number of transactions have been happened? Okay, I'll just click on new measure and write it as count of transactions is equal to, now I'll just use count keyword, and from sales column, okay, I'll just count number of number of rows or number of entries or number of transactions from sales column. I'll just click on enter here and add that measure to the same table here, count of transactions. That means for each of these products, 700 are the total transactions. Just if you just want to see for Amarilla, there are 94 transactions. How to confirm this? Just go to table view and from product column, select Amarilla. Okay, click on OK. You'll find that here on the bottom left, you'll see that there are total of 700 rows, and from those 700 rows, 94 rows got filtered. Okay, that means for this product, there are 94 transactions. We have got the same result, right? Now, count function, what basically does is counts the number of non-blank cells, non-blank values in a particular column. Okay, next we have count rows. Count rows function counts each and every value. That means including non-blank cells or blank cells. Okay, I'll just write it as count rows for transactions. Okay, now the keyword for this is count rows, and again it is asking for table. That means it just shows how many entries are present in our table. Okay, for example, if I just select financials here, that is our table name, and click on enter and insert a card for this and select this count rows, this shows 700 entries are present. That means in our table, if you observe, there are 700 rows on a whole, right? So that is how we calculate uh, or we show how many number of entries are present in our table. Okay, that is about count rows. Next, we'll talk about if condition. Okay, for example, my condition is for wherever the profit. Okay, let's go to table view and see the values first. Okay, profit column. Now, if you observe, there are values that starts from minus 35,500 till 2,47,500. Now my condition is wherever there are profits greater than 5,000, okay, values greater than 5,000, I need to show that as high profit, okay, and wherever there are lesser values than 5,000, I need to show that as lower profit, okay. Here in the table view itself, we can do this. I'll just add a new column here. This will again uh, opens up the formula bar here. I'll just write it as if condition is equal to, we are trying to find out if there is value in profit column which is greater than 500, right? We will have to show that as higher profit value. Okay. For that, sorry guys, just give me a second. Okay. For that, I'll just write it as if. Okay. The syntax for if is, you can see here, logical test, result true or result false. That means we'll have to give the condition here first. Logical test is nothing but condition, right? The condition is if from financial table, profit column, profit from financials is greater than 5,000, right? comma. Now it is asking for result if true. Okay, if this condition is satisfied, my result should be high profit uh, product, for example. Okay, I will have to mention this in the double quotations. Whenever you enter some text or strings in the formula bar, that needs to be enclosed in the double quotations. All right. Now, if this condition is satisfied, my output should be higher profit product. All right. Now, next thing it is asking for value. If this result is false, that means if this condition is not satisfied, what should be my output? Here, I'll write it as low profit product. Okay. Our condition is from the profit column. If the value is greater than 500, my output should be higher profit product. Or if the value is less than 5,000, my output should be low profit product. I'll just click on enter here. You'll see that wherever there is a profit which is higher than 5,000, there you'll get higher profit product. If I just filter here, for example, high profit product, click on OK, you'll see in the profit column, each and every value will be greater than 5,000. Okay, same like that. If we just filter low profit product, click on OK, you'll see that in the profit column, each and every value will be less than 5,000. Okay, here the maximum value is 4186.08. That is obviously less than 5,000, right? Now, this is how we use if condition in DAX. Okay, and we have seen sum, average, minimum, maximum, count rows, and if condition, right? These are some basic formulas in DAX. Okay, so that's it for this video. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep and I am going to teach you data analytics. Our topic for today in the Power BI series will be creating a dashboard in Power BI. All right, before going into the topic, we already know that the first step in the data analysis process in Power BI is data collection, right? Second step is nothing but data cleaning, where we do ETL. What is ETL? Nothing but extract, transform, and load. All right. Now, after that, we will interpret the data interpretation using DAX. That means if we want to calculate some measures using DAX, we'll do that. After this, fourth step is create visuals. Okay. Once all the visuals are created, we have to just format those visuals into a dashboard. All right. So these are the steps in the data analysis process using Power BI. So we'll go through each of these steps by taking a sample data set and try to create a dashboard. All right. So by the end of this video, we'll be creating a beautiful dashboard using this data set that we are going to import. All right. So let's go to Power BI and import a sample data set. Okay. So this is Power BI. All right. I'll just click on get data from Excel workbook. I'll choose this movies dataset, click on OK. All right. This will show up a navigator window where we get to see the content in the table that the content in the workbook that we are trying to import. Here we have one table, three sheets, and one range of values which are not formatted in a table, right? Now I'll just select these three sheets where we have all the tables. For example, in certificate list table, we have the list of certificates. First, we'll see the movies table, then it will be clear. Here we have ID, title, release date, director, runtime in minutes, country. If you observe here, genre ID, certificate ID, correct? These are just the codes or the pointers which are pointing to genre list here and certificate list. That means for every number here in the genre ID and certificate ID, we will have a value there, correct? All right. So I'll just click on transform data because the first step is collecting and second step is data cleaning. We'll see if there are any cleaning steps required in our data or not. Okay, let's wait for it. All right. This is taking us to Power Query now, where we do all the data cleaning. If you observe on the left side, we'll get all the three tables that we have imported from an Excel workbook, right? Movies is the master table, which is otherwise called as fact table. I'll show you the model view also, where Power BI automatically creates some relationships between these tables, right? Now, in the movies table, which is otherwise called as master table, we have all these columns: ID, title, release date, director, runtime in minutes, country, genre, certificate ID, and all of these other columns also. If we just check certificate list, we have certificate ID and certificate U, PG 12, 12A, 15, 18, right? These are nothing but certifications of a movie. Okay. Journalist, we have for each of the genre ID, for each of the number, we have the genre name mentioned here. That is, for one, it is Western genre, for two, drama, for four, action, for five, war. Like this, we have how many? 28 genres. All right. Now, we'll do some transformations here on the master table. That is nothing but fact table. If you observe, we'll check for null values or blank values in the budget dollars and budget box office dollars. Sorry, box office dollars. All right. In the budget dollars, if you just click on this drop down, you'll get to see the values where we have null values also, right? How many null values do we have? If I just filter this, if you observe here on the bottom left of this window, you will see that 124 rows. That means there are 124 null values. Okay, I'll just clear this filter. Now, what to do with these null values? Okay, I'll just go to transform and I'll click on this fill down. That means all the null values will be replaced with the value which is above it. Okay. Once we fill this null values with the above value, now let us check if there are any null values or not. If you observe, null values are vanished, right? There are no null values here. Okay. Now we'll check this box office dollars column also. Here we have null values, correct? Okay. Let us do it in a bit different way now. I'll just go to add column, create a conditional column. Okay. Now wherever there are null values in the box office dollars column, okay, I'll write the condition here. New column name will be, uh, I'll just mention it as box office collections. The previous column name was budget dollars, correct? Now the new column name will be box office collections. This is the budget. And now we are creating a column for collections. All right. Now my condition is if box office dollars is equal to null, my output should be, I'll just select this select a column. That means wherever there is null value, I will need to get the budget dollars. Okay. Wherever there is null in the box office dollars column, I'm just replacing that value with the same value which is available in the budget dollars. Okay. Now I'll add one more clause here. If same again, box office dollars is not equal to, does not equal to null, I'll just select a column again here and replace that with same box office dollars. That means wherever there is null value, we are just replacing that value with the budget dollars value, whatever present here. All right. If the value is not null, that is second condition, the value should be same. Okay. Or else if both the conditions are not satisfied, I want to get a zero there. I'll just click on OK. You'll get to see a new column is added that is named box office collections. Correct. Now, if you observe in this column, there won't be any null values. Okay. Because we have replaced all the null values with either the box office dollars values or budget dollar values. Okay. Now, The second data cleaning method that I want to check is if all the columns are data typed correctly. For example, this ID, this is 123, that means whole number, this is correct. Title ABC 123, this might be the combination of letters and numbers, this is also correct. Release date, this is a date format, this is also correct, right? Like this, we have to check for each and every column. Okay, genre ID, whole number, certificate ID, whole number. This will also be whole number, Oscar ID, whole number. And the column that we have just created, if you observe, all these are also whole numbers. This should be a whole number, but it is by default taking it as text plus numbers, right? I'll just change this to whole numbers. Okay, now this is done. Now, another method I'll check for is if there are any unwanted columns. Okay, in our dashboard creation, we are not going to use this ID column, correct? I'll just click on this ID and remove it because I don't need this. Okay, same like that. If I don't want director column, I'll just right click, click on remove. Okay, this is how we remove columns which are not wanted to create a dashboard. Okay, now in our dashboard that we are going to create, I just want to show all of these insights. Okay, I'll just zoom it. Okay, now I hope you'll be able to see this. You are able to see this. First thing I want to show is a map visual for each country and box office collection. Okay. Second thing I want to show is a table view to show certificate wise Oscar wins. Okay, we have those columns here. I'll just show you. If you observe, we have country column, certificate ID column. After that, we have Oscar nominations and Oscar wins. Correct? I want to show in the second visual a table which shows certificate wise Oscar wins. Okay, and we'll also do some conditional formatting in that same visual. Third thing I want to show is a matrix visual for average runtime for genres individually and movie titles under genre. Okay, based on average runtime. Now, fourth visual, I have to create a bar chart to show top 5 genres on collection. Collection is the column that we have just created, right? So based on those values, I want to show top 5 genres. After that, fifth thing I want to show is a column chart to show Oscar nominations country wise. That means in which country, how many number of Oscar nominations are done. Okay. And the last thing I want to show is decomposition tree for Oscar wins. And the breakdown will be based on genre, certificate, and movies. Movies is nothing but title. Okay. So let's make this one by one. I'll go to Power BI. So these are all the data cleaning steps that I wanted to do. So it is done. I'll just go to home, click on close and apply. Okay. Let's just wait for the data to get refreshed. We'll just give this a couple of seconds here to data to be loaded. If you observe, this is creating connections in the models, right? Power BI automatically creates some connections or relationship between the tables that we have imported, right? We'll go to model view and check what is the relationship between what tables, right? So let's just wait. All right. So the whole data has been loaded now. If you observe the data pane here, we have imported 3 sheets, correct? One is movies, journal list, and certificate list. I'll just go to table view. You will be able to see the content that's present in these tables. Okay, I'll just wait. All right. So in movies table, which is the fact table or master table, we have all of these columns. This is nothing but box office collection is the new column that we have created. Okay, if we just go to model view, you'll see that there are some relationships that's uh, Power BI automatically generates. These two are dimension tables, that is certificate list and journal list, and movies is the master table, that is fact table. Correct? Like I said earlier in the previous videos, in 99% of the cases, from the fact table, it will be many, and from the dimension table, it will be one. That is nothing but many to one relationship. Okay? And there is no relationship needed from the journal list to certificate list because we don't have any common column here, and that is not needed also, right? So I'll just go to report view. Okay, here I'll just write a small measure, that is to calculate sum of box office collections. Okay, I'll name it as um, total collections is equal to, I'll just write it as sum of, from movies table, I will select box office collections. Okay, I'll click enter. You'll see that a new measure will be added to the certificate list table. Okay, if I just want to move this list to movies table, if I want to move this measure to movies table, I'll just select this measure and go to home table option here and select movies here. Okay, you'll observe that this measure is now moved to movies table. All right, this is how we can use DAX to calculate some measures. Okay, so the first thing that we wanted to show is a map visual for country-wise box office collections. Okay, now let us insert a map visual, simple map visual. I'll just close this filters. All right, in this map visual, I'll just insert country column. Okay, and the other thing that we wanted to show is country-wise box office collections. Okay, I'll just click on this total collections. If you observe, okay, so I hope you can see this bubbles. I'll just increase the bubble size, bubbles and size. I'll just make it a bit bigger. Now I think you should be able to see the bubbles. That means wherever the bubble size is bigger in that country particularly, the sum of total collections are higher. Okay, this background of this map is blue color. Again, this bubbles are also blue color. If I just want to change the bubbles color, I'll just go to format your visual option here, click on bubbles, scroll down, colors, and default it will show blue color. If I just want to I mean uh, see it in orange color, for example, I'll just select that color. Now you should be able to see the orange color bubbles. That means wherever the bubble size is bigger, there the total collections are higher. Okay, now let's format this visual a bit. I want to change the title. Okay, it is by default total collection by country. I'll just change this to country wise collections. Okay, you'll see that change in the title. I will just make it bold, increase size a bit. After that, align it to the center. Okay, now this is done. I'll go to visual and click on map settings. I'll change the style of the map. Okay, by default, it will be road style. If I want to change this to dark, you'll see that the whole map is now changed to dark visual, or I can change this to aerial visual also, or whatever visual that we want. Okay, so let's keep it aerial for now. If you just scroll your mouse in this map, you will get to see the zoom plus or minus. Okay, for that, if we want to add some buttons here, for example, plus button and minus button to zoom, I can go to this control option and click on zoom buttons here. Okay, here if you observe, there is plus button and minus button. So like this, we can zoom it. For now, I don't want to use this option controls. All right. So our first uh, thing that we want to calculate is done, right? First question is answered. Second thing that I want to show in our dashboard is a table visual to show certificate wise Oscar wins. Okay, I'll just insert a table here and select certificate from the certificate table, right? Because all these three tables are connected, there is a relationship between these three tables, right? We can use any column from any table to filter out, right? If I click on this certificate, you'll see that there are six kinds of certificates, right? And we want to show Oscar wins for each of this certificate, right? I'll just go to movies table and pick up the Oscar wins column here. If I just click on this, you'll get to see number of Oscar wins for each of the certificate. Okay. Now let us format this table and apply some conditional formattings. Okay. All right. I'll just go to format your visual and first let's change style. Okay. By default, it is a default option and I want to change this to bold header. Okay. Or alternate rows. Okay. So let's keep it in this way. Now after that, I want to remove the grid lines, values. I want to make it a size bigger. Okay. Now I'll just um, format this in the descending order where in the first row, this should show the highest number of Oscar wins. Okay. Now I'll go to column headers and increase the size. Okay. Align it, align them to the center. I'll do same with the values also. Align them to the center. Okay, we don't have that option. All right, that's fine. Now, the next thing that we want to do is apply some conditional formatting here. Okay, I'll just go to visual, right click on this sum of Oscar wins option. Here you'll find conditional formatting. Or there is another way. I'll just go to format your visual and select cell elements here. This is where we do conditional formatting. If I just click on this, here this is asking for a series. That means we need to select a column where we want to do conditional formatting. I want to do formatting on this column, sum of Oscar wins column. Okay. And my formatting will be background color. I'll switch this on. If you observe, wherever the number is higher, number of Oscar wins are higher, it is showing with the dark blue color. And wherever it is zero or lesser number, it is showing with the light blue color. If I want to change these colors, I'll just click on this FX button here and I can just select the colors from here. For example, the lowest value, I want to show it in a red color. Okay, I'll just click here and the highest value in the green color. I'll just click here and click on OK. You'll observe that wherever the number is higher, it is formatted with the green color, and wherever the number is lower, it is formatted with the red color. Okay, this is the answer for our second question. That is a table to show certificate wise Oscar wins and do some conditional formatting. We can also apply other conditional formattings also, that is font color or data bars. If I just click on this, you'll get to see the data bars uh, on the values here. This doesn't look good, right? So I'll switch this on. Or if you want to apply some icons, you can do that. Okay, understood how to do this? All right. So I'll just align these values to the center. Okay, sum of Oscars. I'll just select certificates, switch all these on and alignment to the center. Now the table is perfect. All right. So I'll put this aside and go on to the third question. That is a matrix for average runtime for genre and movies. Okay. I'll create a matrix here, and what is that we want? Average runtime for genre and movies. If you observe, it is asking for rows, columns, and values. In the rows, I'll just put genre from the genre list table. Okay. In the same rows, I'll just put title. That is nothing but movie, correct? Movie names. Okay. You'll observe that there is a small plus symbol that's added here. After that, in columns, sorry, in values, I'll just add average runtime in minutes. Okay. I'll just drag and drop this column here into values. Now by default, this shows sum of runtime minutes. Okay, I'll just change this aggregation to average runtime, because if we just show sum here, it doesn't make any meaning, correct? Because in action, the sum of runtime minutes is 19499. This is of no use. This number is of no use, correct? That's why we'll click on average here. Okay. Now this shows for each genre what is the average of runtime in minutes. If I click on this plus button, you'll get to see in the action genre what are all the movies that we have. Okay. Titles, movie name titles, and for each of this title, what is the average of runtime. Okay. This is the there are two levels in the hierarchy, and if you observe, there is a drill down button here also. Okay. If I just click this on and go to the next level, you'll observe that for each of the movie titles, rather than showing it in the genre format, for each of the movie titles, we get to see the average runtime. If I go to one level up, then you will get to see the genres, and you can play with this plus button here. Okay. Now this is our matrix. We'll do some formatting. Okay. Layout and style presents. By default, it is it is default. I'll just change this to Mm, flashy rows, for example. We'll see how this visual looks. Okay, this is good, but we'll just change this to bold header and flash rows. Okay, this is fine. All right. Now I'll go to grid. If okay, we don't want this grid lines. This looks better now. Values. If you just want to change the colors of the values, for example, text color, by default, this will be blank. Okay. If you just want to change this to some other color, we can do that from here. Background color, light blue, and alternate background color is dark blue. By default, we can change this. For example, background color, I'll just put it purple, okay, and dark purple. Okay, this doesn't look good. I'll go with orange and dark orange. Okay, this looks good. I'll just make bold for these values. Sorry, I'll just make it italic. Okay. Now we can do some other formattings also if we need. I'll just select column headers and make it bold. Align this to the center and increase the size if we want. All right. So that is it. I don't want to disturb anything else. Okay. I'll just go to specific column. Again, I will bring all these alignments to the center. Average runtime, average runtime. Okay, fine. All right. We have formatted this matrix, correct? Now third one is also answered. Now we'll go to fourth one. We have to create a bar chart to show top 5 genres on collection. Okay, top 5 genres on collection. I'll just insert a bar chart, basic bar chart, and here in it is asking for x-axis and y-axis values. In y-axis, I'll just drag and drop genre column. Okay, Then you will be able to see all the genres in the y-axis, and in the x-axis, I'll just drag and drop collection. Okay, that is total collection. You'll get to see this shows the total collection for all the genres here. All right. Now, if we just want to filter the top 5 or top 10, I want to show the top 5 only, for example. Using this filters pane here, correct? In this genre, I'll just select or click on this drop down. You'll be able to see top N, right? In this top N, I'll just select 5. And by what value we need to show top 5 genres. Okay, that is nothing but total collections. I'll just drag and drop that column here and click on apply filter. You'll get to see this visual now shows only top 5 genres where the collections are higher. Okay, let's format this a bit now. Title is on. I'll just change the title to top 5 genres by collection. Okay, I will make this bold, align it to center, increase the size. All right. Okay, I will add data labels also to see the actual value of collections. So I'll go to visual, scroll down, data labels. Okay. Okay. Now values. By default, the units are auto, that is billion. I'll just show this in millions now. Okay. If you observe, the values are now in the million units. I'll just make it bold, right? Color, we can change that. By default, it is hash color. We can change that to any color that we want. Okay. Transparency, if we increase, you'll get to see the values are becoming light and darker with zero transparency. Okay. This is how we format things. All right. Now in the x-axis and for the values, I'll just make it bold again to see the collections more clearly. Okay. Display units, I'll make this also millions, right? Okay. All right. We got this. Now, fourth one is also done. Fifth one that we want to show is column chart to show Oscar nominations country-wise. Okay, I will just make it a bit smaller and insert a column chart now. This is the basic column chart. Here we want to show our Oscar nominations country-wise. That means for each country, how many Oscar nominations have been made. Okay, I'll just drag and drop country column into x-axis and Oscar nomination column into y-axis. Okay, now this shows country-wise Oscar nominations. US has how many? 1812 Oscar nominations. This is dominating, correct? Right? So this is how we do or we show country-wise Oscar nominations. For example, this doesn't look good. If you want to show Oscar wins, for example, I'll just click on this. Okay, this also looks same. Or if we just want to show country-wise budget. Okay, I'll just click on this. All right, this is also similar. So we'll go with Oscar wins only. Okay, I'll go to format your visual, go to data labels. All right, this shows the numbers, and with the values, I'll just make it bold. Okay, color, let it be as it is. This doesn't look good actually because there are all zeros and no values. I'll just show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Top 8 values there are where there are values. Okay, for that I'll go to filters pane and in the country, I'll do top N. Here I'll just show top 8 and by value, that is Oscar wins. Okay, sum of Oscar wins, apply. Then this will show only the top 8 countries with maximum number of Oscar wins. Okay, now I'll just change the color of these bars. Okay, for that, I'll go to format your visual and select on columns here. Okay, by default, this is blue color. So I want to show this, for example, in purple color. Okay, or in some other color, more colors. Let's see. Let's take this orange color. Okay, let's go with this color. All right. Okay, this is how we change the colors. We just want to change for each of the country. Okay, for example, United States, let it be orange, and United Kingdom, I want to show this in green color. We'll just select United Kingdom from this list and change the color directly from here. Okay, more colors, click on green. I'll select this. Okay, if you observe, United Kingdom is now with green color. Okay, we don't want that. So I'll just go and click on Control Z, which is undo or change the color directly from here. Okay, now fifth one is also done, and the last one that we want to show is a decomposition tree for Oscar wins for a particular genre from a particular certificate, and what are the movie titles. Okay, for that I will just insert a decomposition tree, that is this visual. So this is how it looks. We'll be able to see the breakdown of Oscar wins. Okay. First, in the analyze column here, analyze option here, I'll just drag and drop Oscar wins. Okay. You'll observe that this shows some of Oscar wins here. Okay. And second option is explain by. In the explain by, now I'll just drag genre, movies, that is title. This is what we want to show, correct? Genre, certificate, and movies. I'll just drag certificate column also to here. Okay. Now, if you observe, I'll just show you how to read this decomposition tree. I'll just make it a bigger size. Now, we have this, right? I'll just go to values, increase the size. Okay, I think now the number is clear. On a whole, we have 683 Oscar wins, correct? 683 Oscar wins. And if we want to see the breakdown of the 683 in the selected columns here, that is by genre, by certificate, and by title, I'll just click on this plus button here. And if I want to see this breakdown of 683 based on certificate first, okay, I'll just click on certificate. Now, all this 683 will be divided or break it down based on the certificates. PG 15, U 18, and all the other certificates will be listed out here. Okay. After that, in the second level, this is the first level, this is the second level. Now in the third level, if I want to show the breakdown of this 197 genre wise, okay, that means in the PG certificate, what are all the genres that are present, and for each genre, what are the number of Oscar wins. For example, PG is now break down to drama, biography, romance, and crime, and some more genres here. Correct? For each of these genre, what is the number of Oscar wins? We'll be able to see that number. So we will be able to see that breakdown. Okay. Now again, if I go to the fourth level, click on this plus button, I'll be able to see the titles for each of these genres. For example, now by default, the first value is selected, that is 683 PG, and this 197 PG is now break down to drama, biography, and now this first value, that is drama, again break down to all of these movie titles, right? If I want to see the romance thing, what are all the titles, what are all the movie names are present in the romance, and what is the breakdown of this 21? Okay, I'll just go and click on this romance. You'll be able to see the third level is now filtered with romance genre. Like this, if I want to see this U certificates, okay, under U certificate, the romance, in the romance, there are two values, two titles only. That is Sense and Sensibility, The Age of Innocence. These are two movie names, and this is the number of Oscar wins. Okay, this is what a decomposition tree shows. All right, now all the visuals are done. Now let's format all of this and put it in a dashboard. Okay, before that, I'll just remove these grid lines from here, from the column chart and bar chart. I'll just go to grid lines and switch off this horizontal grid lines. Okay, vertical grid lines are off. Now let me name the column chart. Title is on. By default, the title is something. I want to name it as top 8 countries based on what? Based on number of Oscar wins. Countries by Oscar wins. Okay, title is also done. I'll just make this bold, align it to the center. Okay, I'll just rename this decomposition tree also. Okay, okay, that is that option. I mean, okay, I'll just switch this on. Title it as breakdown of Oscar wins. Okay, levels you'll be able to filter. All right. So these are all the visuals that we need. And now let us do or let us format all these visuals in a proper dashboard level. Okay. For a dashboard, let me add the title first. Okay. Now to add title, I'll just insert a shape. For example, this shape. Okay. Shape is inserted. I'll just put this in this way. Okay. Now in this shape, I want to add some text and name this dashboard as something like mm, distribution of movies report or movies report. Okay, simple movies report. I'll just select this visual or shape that we have inserted. Go to style option here. Okay, and if you scroll down, text is switched off, switch it on. And inside this, I'll just write it as movies analysis. Okay, now I will make it bold and make it italic, increase the size. Okay. All right. We have got our heading, movie analysis. All right. So here I can adjust the size of this shape. And if we just want to add some logo here on the left side, we can add, or if we want to add something else on the right side, we can add some other shapes. But for now, I'll just keep it like this. Okay. We will change the background color for this shape. All right. Shape, fill. Okay, that is fine. Style, color is blue. I'll just change this color to orange. Okay, orange is also not good. I'll change this to green color. Okay, that's fine. Transparency, I'll increase so that I can change the color transparency. Okay, this looks fine. All right. Now I'll just adjust all these visuals so that we can see the things clearly. Okay. First, what I'll put is this map visual on the top here. Okay. I'll leave some space here to add some filters or slicers. All right, just make this a bit smaller, country-wise collections. After that, we will show certificate, I mean this table that we have created, that is certificate-wise Oscar wins. Okay, I'll just make it a bit bigger. All right, this should be fine to see all the certificates present and some of the values of them. Okay, here I'll just um, give this matrix, okay, where you'll get to see genre wise and movie wise total runtime, okay, average runtime. All right, now I'll just bring it to the left. Okay, we will just make this a bit bigger. Go to format your visual values, just reduce the size so that our visual shows the correct format. Okay, I will just remove this from here, for example, and I will insert this top 5 genres so that is, I mean, some space will be saved here. And for this, I'll reduce the size and we can scroll it here and increase the size of decomposition tree so that we can see the levels or the hierarchies clearly. Okay, all right. Here, I'll just insert this column chart. I'll reduce the size of the map to this. Okay, we will just, we can do this like however we want. We can place it anywhere. We can basically we can place anything anywhere. I'll just put this here. So this table, let it be here itself. Okay. Now I have to just adjust this chart, right? Let me keep it this much. Let us increase the size of this decomposition tree. Okay. Now all the visuals are properly formatted. Okay. Let us add some slicers now. Slicer for example, date. Okay. I'll just insert a slicer, drag and drop this release date option here. Now this will show the date slicer. I'll just format this and remove this slider. Okay. And values, I'll increase the size. Okay. Slicer header, release date, I'll increase the size or make it bold. Okay. This is not, and we are not able to see this properly. So I'll just put the date filter here and increase the size. Now you should be able to see this. Okay. Let me increase a bit more. Okay. All right. We have inserted our date slicer. And now next slicer will be, I'll just make the values bold so that we'll be able to see the numbers clearly. Okay. Now I'll just insert one more slicer for it might be country, genre, or certificate, whatever it is. Okay. Do we have director table still in the table here? I mean, director column still in the table? No, we have removed it, right? Okay. Now we will insert another slicer for genre, for example. Okay. You will see the list of genres that's available in the data set. I'll just format this, change the slicer from vertical list to drop down list. Okay. Now selection, I'll just switch on this select all option also. values, increase the size a bit. Now we have got the filter for genre. Okay, I'll just add some effect to it, that is shadow. All right. For this release date also, I will just between and values. Slicer header is off. I have just switched off the slicer header and I'll just insert the title as simply date. Okay. Now I'll make it bold and align it to the center. Okay. We'll just close this and add effect to this also. That is shadow. All right. So we have got one filter for genre and another filter for date. We'll just make it a bit smaller, make this title movie analysis a bit larger. Okay, this looks better now. So this is the crucial part actually. How do we showcase this, all the insights, right? Okay, so let's keep it this way. It doesn't matter. Okay, all right. I'll add one more slicer for example, country. Okay, format this slicer settings from drop down. I mean to drop down from vertical list. Drag and drop it here, and I'll just click on this format painter and apply the same formatting options to here, country visual also. Okay, I'll just make it a bit bigger. All right. I will add one more slicer for movie name, that is title. Okay, because we can directly select the movie name from here. I'll go to visual slicer settings. I'll just change to drop down. I'll put it here. Let's see if we can bring the date also down. I'll just use the same formatting option for the date. I'll just move it here and increase the size of this heading. Okay, okay, right. Now this looks good. So now if we want to filter out some particular date, correct? We have movies from 1921 till 2016, right? If we just want to filter out some dates or particular year, we can do that from date slicer. Or if we just want to see any, all the insights for any single movie, I can just select any single movie. All the visuals will be filtered based on our selection. Okay, that is from on the map visual, you will be able to see from which country this selected movie is. Okay, and from which genre, Western genre, movie title, that is also visible. And what is the collection for this movie, correct? And if we have any Oscar wins for this movie, you'll be able to see that here. Top 8 countries by Oscar wins, right? This visual doesn't make any meaning for this selected option. And the certificate is 15 and Oscar wins are 0, right? Like this we can do. If we just select all the visuals will be formatted normally. Okay. So this is how we add some filters and change the formatting options. Okay. This still doesn't look good. So I'll just change this or bring this column chart here and map visual here. All right. Okay. Now this is a bit better visual to see things. Okay. So this is how we create a proper dashboard. Okay. Here, if I just go to view tab and page view fit to width, okay, you'll be able to scroll down a bit like this, right? From here, again, I can make things smaller or bigger or whatever it is. Okay. Now, once the dashboard is created, right? Once the dashboard is created, we need to share this. We need to publish this, correct? To do that, we need to have an organizational account so that we'll be able to publish this into Power BI service. Okay, Power BI service is nothing but the web version of this Power BI desktop application from where we can share that report, share our dashboard to anyone else. For that, we would need a organizational or university email address. For example, if I work with Amazon company, right? I'll get an email ID from there like sandeep@amazon.com or amazon.in, amazon.ac.in. Like this, we need to use some organizational account to publish this dashboard into Power BI service. And from there, we can share it to anyone else. Okay. So this is how we create dashboard, and that is all I want to show in this particular video. So that's it. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Welcome to AshokIT. This is Sandeep. In this video, we will talk about Power BI interview process first, and after that, I have a sample of 20 questions from basic level to intermediate level. All right. So we'll discuss each one of them. Okay. So first thing, Power BI interview process. On an average, in any company, we'll be having 3 rounds of interview when it comes to Power BI. Okay. 3 rounds. Again, this is not fixed, right? So based on company to company, it might differ. That means some companies might have only 2 rounds of interview and some companies might have 4 rounds of interview. So based on the company, they'll you'll have the number of interview rounds. So on an average, it will be 3. In the first round, they might ask you some theoretical questions, right? Some theoretical questions on Power BI and some formulas also. Okay. Formulas or theoretical questions on Power BI. Okay. After that, second round, they might give you a data set with problem statements, and at the same time, they'll give you uh, some time also, 1 or 2 days, so that you can prepare a report. Okay. All right. They'll give you a data set with some problem statements. Based on those problem statements, they'll give you 1 or 2 days of time to build a report. All right. And in the third round, they will ask you some questions based on the problem statements or the report that you have built. Okay. Questions based on the report that you have built. That means which logic have you used to calculate this? What is the logic? What is the formula? Right? Which is the visual that is suitable to show this kind of data? Understood? So these kind of questions will be asked in the third round. Okay. Again, I'm saying this again. 3 rounds is not fixed. Okay. And there is no guarantee that these rounds, what I've just said, will be included in these 3 rounds. Okay. This is just for your idea. All right. So now we'll see some sample questions. Just give me a second. Okay. All right. So these are some sample questions from basic level to intermediate level. All right. We'll go through each one of these questions and try to solve these things in Power BI. All right. And all of these questions are based on financial data set. Okay. This is the data set that is present by default in Power BI. All right. So let's go to Power BI. I have already imported this sample data of financial table. Here, you can see that in the data pane, all the columns that are available in the financial table. Okay. So first question, how to calculate profit percentage? Okay. For that, we have a direct column that is profit. So based on this profit and total sales, how to calculate the profit percentage? This is straightforward, no complex logics. No, there is no complexity here. I'll create a new measure and name it as profit percentage is equal to, I'll just write divide function. Okay, divide. Now it is asking for numerator and a denominator. Numerator is nothing but sum of profit column from financial table. Okay. After that, denominator is nothing but again sum of total sales. Okay. From same table, in the numerator, we are just adding profit column, and in the denominator, we are adding sales column. Okay. Now, after that, next it is asking for alternate result. That means if some values are missing from this column, profit column or sales column, and Power BI is unable to calculate that, okay, in those cases, my default output should be 0. That's why I give comma 0, and I'll just convert this whole thing into percentage, right? Because we are trying to calculate profit percentage, right? Just by clicking on this percentage symbol here, everything that we write here will be converted into percentage. Or simply we can add multiply by 100 here. Okay. This thing will also do the same thing. That means a number will be converted into percentage. So I have just clicked on this, press enter. Okay. Now to show this profit percentage, I'll just use this card visual. And in this card visual, I'll insert this profit percentage that we have just calculated. Okay. So it is showing 0.14. Okay. I think this is not clicked. All right. So as soon as I click on this percentage symbol, you'll observe that this 0.14 will be converted into some percentage, 14.23, right? So this is how we calculate the profit percentage when we have profit column and sales column. Okay. All right. So that is our first question. Second question, how to calculate sales YTD? That is nothing but year to date. Okay. So we'll see that. I'll create a new measure again. I'll just name that measure as sales YTD. Year to date is equal to, here also again there is a small function, total YTD. Okay, this is the function that we are using, total YTD. All right. Now it is asking for expression. Expression is nothing but sum of sales, right? Next thing it is asking for dates. Date is nothing but I'll just give date column from the same table. Okay, close. That's it. Nothing else we need to do. I'll just insert one more card here to show the total YTD sales. Okay, sales YTD. I'll just click on this to show the total sales. Okay, understood. So we'll just see the table also once. All right, this is the table that we have. Where is the date column? Okay, here is the date column, or year column also we have. That means we have 2 years, 2013 and 2014. Now we have just calculated the total YTD sales, right? So by default, this will take the maximum year. That means from 2013 and 2014, from these two options, Power BI automatically takes the maximum year, that is 2020, 2014. So based on 2014 year, this will calculate the total sales till date. Okay, so that is our second question. Next question, how to calculate sales for last 30 days. Okay, we'll go to Power BI, create a new measure again. I will just write it as last 30 days sales. Okay, here again we'll use small function, that is calculate sum of sales. This is how we calculate sum of sales. All right, clear till here? Okay, next I'll just use dates in period function. Okay, dates in period. With the help of this function, I can filter the dates. I can give the range of dates that I want the sum of sales for. Okay. Now, in this dates in period, first it is asking for dates. That means date column from our table. Okay. After that, the second thing that is it is asking for start date. Okay. That is nothing but maximum of date column. This function, maximum of financial of date, gives us the maximum date that is present in our date column. Okay. Next thing, it is asking for number of intervals. Here, we are just calculating 30 days, correct? I'll just write 30 here. Okay. That means from the maximum date, it is going 30 days forward, right? If I just give minus symbol here, okay, minus 30, that means from the maximum date in the date column, we are just going 30 days backwards, right? Backwards because we are calculating last 30 days sales. Okay. Now, next thing it is asking for interval. Here we can just directly give day. Okay. All right. I'll just click enter and again insert a new card to show this value. Okay. It is showing 12.00 M. M is nothing but million. Here also it's the same million. That means in last 30 days, we have total sales of 12 million. Okay. That is done. Third question is also done. Fourth one, which visual would you use to show sales and profits trend over time? Remember this word trend. Okay. Wherever you see this word and you have a question on which visual is suitable to show this trend, always it is a line chart. Okay. Line chart is the best visual to show trend. Okay. I've just inserted a line chart. I'll just insert date column here. I'll insert sales. Okay. You'll see that a line is formed and it shows 2013 to 2014. What I mean, how does the trend look? It is an increasing trend. Okay. So this is how we show the trend on a line chart. All right. Okay. So this is also done. Here we can add profit also, not only sales. Okay. So fourth question is also done. Next, fifth question, how to filter the data only for government segment using DAX. Okay. Now the question is how to filter data only for government segment. Okay. First, let's check what are all the segments present in our data. I'll just insert a table and select segment column from this. Okay. You'll be able to see. I hope you can see this. I'll just increase the size. I'll go to values, increase the size. Yes, I hope you can see this now. So these are all the segments that are present in our data. All right. So now the question is how to see the data only for government segment. Okay. That means I'll just create a new measure and apply a filter for government. Okay. How to do that? I'll just write it as sales for government segment is equal to calculate sum of calculate sum of sales. Okay. After that, country column, okay, is equal to, sorry, segment column is equal to, I'll simply mention government here. Okay. One thing to remember here is whenever we are writing some text in the formula, that should be enclosed with the double quotes. Okay. Now, spelling is correct, government. All right. Our formula is ready. Click enter. I'll just insert one more card here to show the number only for government segment. Okay. All right. So it shows 52.50 million. That means 52.50 million sales came from only government segment. All right. Now, fifth question done. Sixth question, what is the use of is filtered function? All right, with an example. Okay. First, what is the use of is filtered function? Is filtered function checks if a column is filtered or not. Not only column, uh, I mean any parameter. Is filtered function checks in any parameter is filtered or not. For example, I'll just create a new measure and I'll write it as is filtered on country column. Okay, is equal to, I'll just use if condition here. If is filtered country, okay, my output should be yes filtered. Okay, that means we are just checking for the country column if countries has been filtered or not just by using is filtered function. Okay, if our country column got filtered, my output should be yes, it is filtered, or else my output should be no filter on country column. Okay, all right. So this is our condition. I'll just press enter here and insert card. All right. So I'll just use the measure that you have just created. What is it? Is filtered on country column. Okay. So now by default, this shows no filter on country column. I'll just add a slicer and add country column to the slicer. Okay. We have 5 countries, and as soon as I try to filter these countries, you'll observe that there is a change. I mean, there will be a change in this card visual that you have created, right? If you observe, I have just filtered only Canada. You'll observe that the output here on the card visual is now changed from no filters applied on country column to yes filtered. Okay, that means whenever we filter this country column, the output here, I mean, this is where we get to know if the filter is active or not. Okay, so as soon as I clear all the filters from the country column, the output will be back again to no filter on country column. Okay, now this question is also done. Next, what is data modeling? How is it used? Data modeling. Data modeling is nothing. Everyone knows this, right? Data modeling is nothing but creating relationships between the tables. Okay, data modeling in Power BI structures tables and define relationships and optimizes calculations also. Okay, if we just go to this model view, whenever we import more than one table, you'll get to see all the tables that we have imported in the model view here. All right. And one more thing, by default, Power BI automatically creates some relationships between the tables that we have imported whenever there is a common column in both the tables. Okay. Whenever there is no common column, we have to create the relationships manually. Okay. And here when we import more than one table, you will get to see this option enabled, that is manage relationships. Okay. Once you click on this, you'll get to see all the active relationships between the tables, and you can create more relationships between the tables which are not by default or by automatically created by Power BI. All right. So that is how that is what data modeling is, and that is how we can create relationships between the table. Okay. All right. So this is also done. Now, next question is how to remove filters from country column while calculating total sales. Okay. I'll just go to Power BI again. For this also, we have a small function. I'll just click on new measure. I will write it as total sales of all countries. That means whenever we apply some filters on the country column, the total sales should not change. Okay, that means we are just removing all of the filters from the total sales that we are, that we are trying to calculate. Okay, I'll just write it as calculate sum of sales. Okay, I'll just use function that is remove filters. Okay, and the thing it is asking for the table name or the column name. I'll just mention country column here. Okay, this is done. So basically what we are trying to do is we are just removing filters from the country column, not only from a particular visual across this file or across this every data. We are trying to remove filters from the country column. Okay, I'll just show you. I'll just insert a card here and insert the measure that we have just created. What was the name? Total sales. Okay. So our total sales is 118.73 M. That is nothing but million. So we have a slicer for the country column, right? Now, as soon as I click on this, any particular country, so basically you should see some change in this total sales also, right? For example, this sales YTD column, sales YTD that we have created. If I just click on this Germany, you'll see that YTD sales has been filtered based on the country that we have selected. But there is no change in the measure that we have just created using remove filters, right? Understood the difference between remove filters and normal filters? Remove filters will remove all the filters from the column that we have mentioned inside that function, right? All right. So this card that we have just inserted is to show only total sales irrespective of filters. So that's the thing. Okay. So that question is also done. Next, how will you show sales only for India country? Okay. If the user selects a country. Okay. I'll just create one more measure. All right. I'll just name it as sales for India only. Okay. Now here I'll just write if condition and I'll use a small function here, selected value. Okay. Inside this selected value, I will have to give country column equal to India. Okay. Equal to India. Next thing we have to give some alternate results. That means sum of financial sales. Okay. And in the if condition, okay. In the if condition, the next parameter that we need to give is what if we get errors. The output if this condition is false. Okay. If selected value, financial, country column from here, I have forgot to insert a bracket here. Okay. So if selected value from the country column is India, then it should show sum of sales or else it should show blank. Okay. I'll just press enter. Now I'll insert a card again. Okay. In this card, I'll just insert the measure that we have just created. All right. Okay. In the country column, we don't have India at all. So I'll just replace this India with Germany, for example. Okay. So that means on this particular card, this should show only the total sales for Germany column. If we filter any other country, this should show as blank. Okay. So by default, this is showing as blank.
If I just select Germany here, this will show the sales amount from Germany country. All right. If I just select any other country other than Germany, this will show blank. Okay. Understood this? Yes. So this question is also done. All right. Next one. Okay. What is RLS? How will you implement RLS to show sales only for a particular country manager? Okay. We'll go to Power BI. First thing, what is RLS? It is nothing but row level security. Okay. And this option is used to restrict the data access based on the roles that we create. Okay. For example, I'll just create a small table here in Excel. Okay. Let's check how RLS works. All right. So here we have a country column, right? Country. And here I'll just name it as manager, for example. Okay. Now in the country, Canada, France, Germany. Okay. And in the manager, any name A, B, C. All right. I'll just format this as a proper table. Click on OK. All right. Save this file. Okay. This file is saved. Now I'll just bring that file into Power BI. So we are just trying to restrict the access based on the manager and country. Okay, I'll show you exactly how this works. Okay, we have table 1. I'll just click on load. Okay, data is loaded. You'll see that one more table has been inserted, that is table 1, and which consists of 2 columns. Okay, that is country column and manager column. All right. So first thing, what is RLS? RLS, like I said, it's role level security, which is used to restrict the access to the data. Okay. First thing, let us check if these two tables are connected or not. Okay. Like I said, Power BI automatically by defaults creates some relationship between the tables that we have imported when there is a common column. Okay. Here we have our common column is country, right? So that the relationship is already built. Now I'll just go to modeling tab and click on this manage roles option here, right? This is the place where we apply RLS. Okay, I'll create new role. Let's title this as manager wise. Okay, and now I'll go to financials table, click on this new. Okay, now country is equal to Canada, for example. Okay, that means a particular person should see only data related to Canada country. Okay, or I'll just go to this table, create manager, that is A. Okay, we'll just delete this. All right, in the table, we have just selected the manager column and equals to A. That means whenever we go to this manage roles and select a person, a manager, that means he will be able to see only the data related to his country that we have assigned. Okay, I'll just show you. I'll click on save. Successfully applied the changes. I'll close this. Now, if you observe this view as, you'll get to see the role that we have just created. All right.
I'll just click on this manager wise and click on OK. Okay. Now what happened? Every other visual that we have created has been filtered to only Canada country. Why? Because the person A is only assigned to the country Canada. All right. In the table that we have just created, here also in Excel, you will be able to see a person is only aligned with the Canada country, right? So that's the reason why we only see the numbers or the all every other visual related to Canada country. All right. Understood this? Now I'll just click on this stop viewing and go to manage rules again. In this, I will just change this rule from A to B. Okay. Now I'll click on save. Now close. Now if I just view as manager wise, this will show me only data related to which country? France country. Okay. Because we have just given the manager name as B, right? Okay. Here you can see the changes in the country filter. You'll be able to see only France country here, and all the other visuals also filtered based on the France country only. Okay. So that's how RLS will be implemented based on the restrictions of the data access. Okay. All right. So this is also done. Now, how to calculate highest sales using DAX? This is very simple and a direct function. Maximum sales, we can use max keyword. Okay. To calculate highest sales, we can use max keyword. I'll just write it as highest sales is equal to direct function max of sales column, sorry, max of sales column from financial table. Okay. So this is the function that we use to calculate the maximum sales amount. I'll just insert one more card and highest sales. Okay. This shows 1.16 million. If I click on particular country, the number will be filtered based on our selection. Okay. That's how we show maximum sales. Okay. Next question. What is the difference between sum and SUMX function? Simple thing, sum directly adds up the column values. Okay, I'll just show you. For example, in this table, we have sales column. Whenever I use sum function on this sales column, okay, it directly adds up all of these values in the sales column. Okay, now what is sum x? That is sum x function iterates row by row before summing. That means it will go through each and every row before adding up all the values. For example, we don't have the sales column at all here, but we need to find sum of sales using SUMX. How do we do that? I'll just show you. I'll create a new measure and just write it as, for example, total revenue. Okay. And using SUMX, I've just said that, for example, we don't have sales column at all. Okay. And how do we calculate sum of sales based on other two columns using SUMX function? Okay. Inside SUMX, it is first asking for table name, that is financials, comma. Next, I'll just write quantity. Okay. We don't have quantity. Okay. Sum of, no, financials of, where is the quantity column? Okay, unit sold. Unit sold is nothing but quantity, right? Unit sold into price column. Okay. Financials of manufacturing price, or okay. All right. So manufacturing price is the price column. So whenever we don't have sales column directly, we use units sold and price column to calculate sum of total sales. For that, we'll use SumX. Okay, SumX. First, we need to give table name. After that, expression that we want to highlight. Okay, here units sold multiplied by price, which gives us the total sales. Okay, I'll just click enter here. Again, I'll insert a card to show the measure that we have created, total revenue. All right, 106.66 million. Understood? Yes. Now, next question. Next is, okay, this is done. 13th question. What is unpivot columns option in Power Query? Okay, we'll just see that. I'll just click on this transform data. Transform data will take us to Power Query editor. All right. Here in the transform tab, you'll see one option that is unpivot columns. Okay. If you just hover over this, it tells you that translates all but the current unselected column into attribute value pair. That means in simple words, in simple understanding, for example, we have a data set where in each of these columns, we have each day. Okay, that means in the first column, all the data related to Jan 1st, for example, and in the second column, Jan 2nd, in the third column, Jan 3rd, in the fourth column, Jan 4th, and so on. Like that, we have some hundreds of days and hundreds of data. Okay, in those kind of situations, in the data tab, data pane here, you'll see all the columns as first Jan, second Jan, third Jan, fourth Jan, and so on. Okay, in those kind of situations, it will be very difficult to calculate things. All right, but we have this beautiful option that is unpivot columns, which translates or which transposes all those columns into rows. Okay, for example, this is not the right data set to show that to show how unpivot things works, but for your understanding, I'll just click on this date column. I'll go to transform and click on unpivot columns. Okay. Now you'll observe that that date column is now divided into attribute and value pair. Okay. So basically the understanding is this will convert all the columns into rows. Okay. All right. I'll just remove that step and close and apply. Okay. That question is also done. So basically, the data set that we have imported is not the right one to show this unpivot columns option. Um, so we'll skip this. Okay, but the basic understanding is this will transposes all the columns into rows. Okay. Next question, what is drill down option? For example, we have a line chart here. Okay, I'll just resize it. Okay. If you see, there are one, two, three, four arrows here on the top of this visual, correct? The second arrow, which is pointing towards down, is the drill down option. Okay. By default, this will be disabled. To enable it, we'll just have to click on this downward arrow, which is the second arrow. Okay. Once we click on this, you'll get to see, the drill down option is enabled for this visual. First thing, what is drill down option? It is nothing but, if you see here on the x-axis, we have date column, right? Which shows the hierarchy of the dates, right? That is nothing but year, quarter, month, and day, right? This drill down option is used to show the numbers based on the hierarchy. Okay, first on this line, it is just showing 2013 till 2014. All right. Now, if I just want to drill this years into quarters or months, okay, first I'll have to enable this option and click on this third arrow, that is two arrows facing downwards. If I just click on this, you'll go to the next level in the hierarchy. That is nothing but previously it was showing year-wise sales. Now it is showing quarter-wise sales. Okay. If I click once more on this, this will show now month-wise sales. Okay. If I click once more on this will show day-wise sales. Okay. All right. That is the importance of drill down. Basically, it is to save the space. Okay. That means in only single visual, we are showing year-wise sales, quarter-wise sales, month-wise sales, and day-wise sales also. Okay. Understood? Yes. So that is drill down option. We'll just resize this and place it here. Okay. So next question, how to find top four products based on their total profits. 16th question is also same. How to find top four products based on their total profits using DAX. First thing, 15th question is, I'll show you the 15th question without using DAX and 16th question with using DAX formula. All right. So let's go to Power BI. I'll add a new sheet here. Okay. The question is top four products. All right. So I'll just insert a bar chart to show product wise sales. Okay. So basically we have six products here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Now we have to show only top four. Okay. How to do that? First thing, without DAX, I'll use this filters pane. Okay, if you just expand this filters pane, first thing you'll see is the product. I'll just click on this drop down. So basic, by default filter type is basic filtering. I'll just click on this drop down and select top N. Okay, in this top, I'll give 4 and it is asking for by which value do you want top 4 products. Okay, here I'll just drag and drop profit or sales. Okay, sales column. Here it is, sales, and click on this apply filter. You'll get to see only top 4 products. Previously it was all the products, that is 6 products. Now it is just showing top 4 products based on the total sales of them. Okay, this is the method to show top products without using any formulas. Okay, now with using formulas, I'll just go to modeling view to create a new table to show top 4 products based on profits this time. Okay, I've just clicked on new table. We'll just wait. Okay, now I'll write the formula as top 4 products based on profits, for example, is equal to, here I'll just use top n function. Okay, first thing we need to give is n value. We want top 4, right? Second thing, it is asking for table. Okay, for example, because I have clicked on this new table, I'll just create a table. Okay, I'll just write as summarize. Summarize is used to create a new table. Okay, summarize of financial table, because we are taking some part of financial table and creating a new table. Okay, financials, comma. Second thing we need to give is products, because we are trying to find out top 4 from the products column, right? Products from financial table, and it is asking for name, right? What is the name for the new column that we are going to create? Total profits, for example. Okay, Next thing, expression. Expression is nothing but sum of profits from the financial table. Okay, I'll just close this. Next, next order by expression. Okay, that is total profits. Okay, and the order is descending order. All right. So what have we done? We are trying to create a new table which shows only top 4 products based on the total profits. Okay, for that n value is 4, and to create a new table we will just use summarize function, and the table name from where we are taking the data is financials, right? And from that, particularly from the product column, right? And after that we are just naming the new column that we are going to create as total profits. And after that, expression is obviously sum of financial products. Sorry, this will not be products, this will be profits. Okay, sum of total profits, and after that we have to just give the order by. Okay, order by profit, and order will be descending order. Okay, I'll just click on enter here. You'll see that one more table will be created in the data pane. If I just scroll this down, you'll see one more table, that is top 4 products based on profits. If I just go to this table view, you'll get to see that table which shows only 4 products, right? We have given n value as 4. That's why it is showing only 4 products. If you just give 3 here, for example, this will show only 3 values based on the total profits. Okay, understood? Yes. So that is how we can show top n products based on DAX formula, or based on, without using DAX formulas, just by directly using filters pane there. All right. So next question. What functions do we use in dynamic RLS? What is RLS? Row level security. This RLS will be divided into 2 types, static and dynamic. Okay. The thing that I have just shown you is static RLS. Okay. Static RLS will have a table where, which it shows manager wise or country wise details. Okay. In dynamic RLS, that will be based on the login credentials here. Okay. I did not sign in to my account. All right. The question is, what functions do we use in dynamic RLS? Okay. I'll just create a new measure because we use 2 functions when we go for dynamic RLS. That is username function. I'll just name this measure as username and write this simple measure username. Okay. Click on OK. All right. I'll insert a card visual again to show what is the username. That is a measure that we have just created. Now this shows as desktop L9D7H2C/world because that is the name of my PC, right? The system that I'm using now. Okay. If you just click on this PC, this should show all the folders here. Just a second. Quick access. Okay, where is that? So basically this should show the name of my desktop version, username. That is nothing but basically the world is my name. I think this should show here itself, but okay, that's not a problem. All right, I'll just close this. So world is my desktop name. By using this function username, I can just show the name of the user. Okay, now I'll use one more measure, that is user principal name. Okay, the function is user principal name. With this, previously with username, we got name of the user. With this user principal name function, we'll get the email address of the user. Okay, I'll just insert one more card to show user principal name. Okay, here also it is showing desktop L9D7H2C/world because I did not sign in into my account. Once I sign in here using my Microsoft account, this user principal name will show the email address. Okay, now what exactly is dynamic RLS? By implementing these two functions, username and user principal name, whoever logins here, okay, they'll be able to see the filtered data based on the roles that we apply. Previously, what have we done? We have created a small table with country column and manager, which shows manager wise visuals, manager wise data, right? We have manually done that. Dynamic RLS, using dynamic RLS, whoever signs in, right, that person will be able to see only data related to that person. Okay, that is the use of dynamic RLS, where we use two functions, that is username and user principal name. Okay, the question is, what functions do we use in dynamic RLS? There are two functions, that is username and user principal name. All right. So next question, what is the difference between null and blank values? And how to check empty values for each column? Okay, most of them will be confused here. All right, I'll just click on this transform data to go to Power Query. First thing, difference between null and a blank value. Okay, here I'll just take an example. Whenever we normally fill some surveys or questionnaires, right? For example, there is a questionnaire where it is asking for name, place, uh, gender, DOB. Okay, these four details we need to fill in a particular form. For example, now I'll fill name, Sandeep, place, Hyderabad, okay, gender, male, and DOB. I'll just miss it. Okay, I'll not fill, or I'll not even click on this DOB option to edit. I'll just submit my form without entering any value in the DOB. Okay, now another thing is one more form here with the same data. This time I'll try to edit DOB or insert a normal space in it or just something else and click on submit. In the first thing, we did not even try to edit this option. In the second time, we have clicked on this, tried to edit this, but did not enter any value. Okay. Here, this situation will get null values. In this situation, we will get blank values. Okay. So my point here is null value. That means data will be completely missing. Okay. Blank value. That means someone tried to insert some data into this cell, but did not enter anything or just left it by just entering space there. Okay. Clear? Understood the difference between null and a blank cell? Now, how to show if there are any empty cells in our data set? Okay. For that, we have an option, that is, we'll go to view here and I'll just select on this column quality. If I just click on this, you will get to see the details for each of this column, where the first it is showing value, sorry, valid. That means 100%. That only means all the values that are present in each of the column are valid. Okay, there are no errors, there are no empty cells. If you observe, the percentage is 0%, 0%, right? That means there are no null values, or there are no blank cells. Okay, if we delete any of these values, right, then the percentage will go up, because we'll have blank or null cells, right? So that is how we show this, by going to view tab and selecting this column quality. All right. Okay. So that is the answer for 18th question. Difference between null and a blank value, and how to check empty values for each column. Okay. Next question. What is the difference between a report and a dashboard? Again, this is the basic question for which most of the people doesn't know the exact answer. All right. In simple words, whatever visuals that we create, whatever uh, designs that we create in desktop version is not a dashboard. It is a simple report. Okay, understand this. Whatever that we create in the Power BI desktop application is not a dashboard. It is simple report. Okay, once this report is created and we publish this into Power BI service. Okay, Power BI service is again a web version of Power BI desktop, from where we can share that reports to anyone else, right? So once we publish our report to Power BI service, then also it is not yet a dashboard. Okay, dashboard is nothing but it's a single page visuals which does not change dynamically. Okay, which is not completely detailed version of the report that we have created. In report, we'll be able to see each and every detail, each and every calculation that we have done. But in dashboard, that is not possible. Okay, in simple words, we can say that a report, or else I'll just write the differences here. A report, dashboard. Okay, for example, data source. All right, data source for report can be multiple pages. Okay, but for the dashboard, it is only single page. That means dashboard cannot contain more than one pages. Like in Power BI desktop application, we can add n number of pages, right? But once our dashboard is designed, we cannot have multiple pages. Only single page should be shown there. Okay. Next, interactivity in the report, that is fully functional, fully interactive. But in the dashboard, it is read only mode. Okay, that means we cannot change anything in the dashboards. We can change everything in the reports. Okay, now use case reports, whenever we want to dig deep into the data or do some deep analysis. Okay, then we'll go for report. Dashboard, high level overview only. Okay, understand the difference between a report and the dashboard. All right, so that is the difference between report and a dashboard. And the last question is how to calculate the count of unique products sold. Again, this is very simple. Count of unique products sold. I'll create a new measure. I'll write it as unique uh, number of products. Okay, here I'll just use small function, that is distinct count. Okay, distinct count. It is only asking for a column name. I'll just pass product column. Okay, I'll just press enter. If I just insert a card visual here to show the unique number of products that are present in our data, that is 6. Okay, not only products, if we just change this to segments, for example, segments, this will show all the unique number of segments that are present in our data set. Okay, I've clicked enter. This will show 5, right? Because here, if you observe in the page 1, we have, okay, this is the segment, all right. So if you observe here, there are only 5 segments in the data set. Okay, that's why it is showing as 5. All right. So that was the last question. So, uh, like I said earlier, these are some basic questions to intermediate level questions. All right. Okay. So that's it for this video. Thank you so much.